flashlight. What's up, white bread? I am never late. A dickhead arrives exactly when he desires to. I am here exactly on time. I'm trying to open up my chat compiler. What's up, Ontario? Thank you for waiting on your suggestions for the roast changes. So first, what's up, 72nd? Judah, MX, Firecrafted OP. You are, I believe, the fourth comment on YouTube, but you're first in my heart. Troper, what's happened? Why are you in trouble? We can get you out of this. Goons, gang, together. That may not have made sense to you, but if you're a true goon, it made sense in your heart. What's happening, buddy? Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home for the fourth month in a row. Our baby is almost halfway to term. Monster Hunter Wilds grinding my shit right now. True, however, does your character have that shit on? Mine does. I've seen many other characters that do. It's amazing. Hey, first time coming here. I would like to know if you only help roast members' decks or anyone's. So, Nora, the two ways to get on the roast list is either through Ko-Fi or Patreon. Now, we're going to be talking for the next 10 minutes about how that stuff is going to change in the near future, because right now, this month's signups just went out, and we've had a really big problem where I'm now, like, the popularity is too much, the demand is too high for the current structuring of how we do it. So we're going to spend a little bit of time this stream talking about how we want to change that. And I'm going to keep fucking with my lights because I'm a child. Is that better? It's a little better. Halfway back? All right. Islor, Ko-Fi lasted about 2 minutes. I posted, so I don't know the exact timing, because on Ko-Fi, you are not forced to fill out the Google form at the same moment that you buy the thing. But on Ko-Fi, at 12 minutes flat, I hit publish. When I refreshed at 12:02, and I was refreshing like every 20 seconds, when I hit refresh on 12:02, it was out of stock. And so, yeah, Waffles, we are very much suffering from success, but the important part is that I am not the one suffering. It is my audience is suffering from success. What if you sold 2 months of roast at a time instead of one at a time, more stock for only slightly more logistical setup? I don't like that for a couple reasons. First and foremost, going month on, month off in terms of setting things up is a recipe for me fucking this up. One of the few things that is holding together the logistical process of the roasts, which if we're doing February roasts out through this Wednesday. There's plenty of roasts that I still have to make up because streams got delayed or streams got rescheduled. And so the only thing allowing me to be that efficacious at the logistics of all of this is that it is incredibly regular, and it is like every first Saturday, every first Sunday, I'm making sure that this is ready to go. And so if I start having months where I don't, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be months where I forget, and then because we're trying to schedule 2 months ahead at a time, forgetting once is going to cause like a car crash compared to right now, where it would just be like a little bit inconvenient. So let me, hell yes, Ness, thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. So let's talk about how we have to adjust the timeline, because so to put in perspective what the current demand issue is. Hold on. So this side is actually strong enough. This side has to come. Okay. Now, let me open the chat compiler up. So 6 months ago, you had about a day and a half to get in. This was back when the roasts were entirely on Patreon and they were just signups. And this was right after, or not, maybe not right after, but a little bit after we had brought them down to capped entry and gone, hey, these are now 48 slots a month, first come, first served. You had about a day and a half to get in. That was 6 months ago. 3 months ago, Troper, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. It's a Pacific Rim kaiju scenario. Pretty soon we're going to have a double event with how fast it's closing. 3 months ago, this is when I believe the... this is when when we started selling things on Ko-Fi. You still had a clean 45 minutes to enter on Patreon. They sold out really fast on Ko-Fi the whole time, which is another bridge we're going to cross in a moment here. But on Patreon, you still had a little over half an hour to enter, which is not great, but it is like, you know, if you forgot by like 15 minutes, if you went to the bathroom, you were still going to get in. And then... we come to today, where you had 90 seconds on Patreon. I'm doing 90 seconds on Ko-Fi because I think that shit looks hard. I cannot confirm exactly when Ko-Fi closed, but I know that after 2 minutes, shit was sold out on my end. John, thank you for the 7 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Magic Spoon, favorite flavor, go, or you're just a shill. Marshmallow for the treats. I'll say it's not frosted for the cereal. Chocolate's good, but I haven't been eating a lot of chocolate because chocolate is Z's favorite flavor, so I've been trying to save it for them. But I would say probably chocolate. Yes, cooked artichoke. So one of the things we're having this... what I've gathered you all here today to talk about is the window has already came and gone for submissions. And yeah, we have people like Shoulda who had their decks ready to copy and paste, and even copy pasting it was not fast enough to get into this, which like there's... the silver lining of that is it's great that this is a thing that people like so much that they want it that badly. The downside is like there's a point where being in high demand is legitimately bad because it goes from being a thing of, oh, it's cool and exciting to see if you got in, to just feeling bad because it's so impossible to get in. And one of the first... maybe I don't need a slide for this, but one of the first things I wanted to do, and one of the suggestions I got from people, was to make this a raffle system. When I began capping the roast entries for Patreon specifically, I was like, oh yeah, this should be a raffle. These people pay me every month. I should not be subjecting them to labor and tension via a first come, first served system. And then Patreon told me to go fuck myself, because Patreon is very, very, very specific about not allowing gambling and not allowing sweepstakes, which having a raffle system, and most importantly, having your tier be tied to entries in a raffle system, runs afoul of their sweepstakes rules. And so we can't do a raffle system on Patreon. Also, Paul Endry, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate your generosity very much. So with that said, Doing a raffle system on Patreon is what I would desire. It is not what I am allowed to do. On Ko-Fi, at this point, we're raising the price. From a business perspective, it is flatly stupid to have this thing that is where the demand is high enough that it's going to sell out in less than 2 minutes, and I just keep the price low like I'm selling fucking Arizona tea. If I could scale this, I would not raise the price, and I would just sell way more. When my producer first pitched this idea to me, he was like, oh, do a deck roast do like 10 to 15 minutes a deck, and then sell as many deck roasts as you are willing to work at a rate of $100 an hour for. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. That's a really, really simple equation that I'll always want to sell more for. And trying to do the deck roast that fast, I just didn't feel they were good enough. I don't know how the audience is feeling, but based on all the analytics I have seen on my end, the deck roasting, the quality of the deck roasts has improved over time. I think they're getting better. I think they're getting funnier. I think they're getting more instructive. And when I tried to do the volume that was necessary to sell uncapped deck roasts, my brain was melting. I was getting less funny. I was like, because it just became, oh, you have 20 or 30 to do every single week, and after like 15 in 1 week, I'm like fucking up words. Like I'm so mentally tired that I'm just misordering sentences. And so I really think that we are at maximum capacity for how much of this I can do and do literally any other project. So since we can't scale infinitely, the Ko-Fi price is going to go up. I'm not sure how high it's going to end up, but I'm probably going to target... hold on. Now we need a new slide. Nope, not like that. So on Ko-Fi, the beatings are going to continue until it takes a couple hours to sell out. I have no idea what that price is going to be. But in terms of the accessibility which is weird to say because of course it gets less accessible as the price goes up, but in terms of the stock feeling like a temporaneously, I don't know how you reference time. I don't know if it's temporarily or temporaneously. I want it to feel like you have a couple hours to get one. Temporarily, I'd say, okay, thank you, James. And so we're just going to keep bumping the price until this is true. Is the plan going to be start high and discount to taste? Probably, yeah. We're probably going to kick it up to like $40 or $50. We're probably going to kick it up to like $40 or $50. And yeah, we could do a couple charity roasts. So maybe this is where you all can weigh in and help dictate the future of how we do this. How many... So if we were going to do... Hello, Ambi! So if we were going to do free deck roasts, like if we were like, hey guys, we're suffering from success, the shit's going to be expensive now, it's relatively inaccessible to patrons, which fucking blows. We're going to do a free raffle system. Because I can do a free raffle system. I can tell you right now, one roast to stream is too many. I can tell you immediately one free roast per roast stream. That would be like 8 or 9. I think that could be for some. So maybe we do like flex amounts, because there's definitely so that probably means like we do 4 to 10. That probably means like 4 to 10 a month based on how much I'm traveling. Ambi Navy, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch stream for the 6th month in a row. Happy half anniversary, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Free Roast Friday. God, that's a good name. That doesn't work because Friday is my League of Legends day. Kodak Owl, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs, my friend. I appreciate that generosity so much. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Maybe you could have us purchase free entries with channel points and just run the drawing whenever you feel like it, which resets the entries. Wizzy Dross, the problem with that is that it relies on everybody who's raffling to be there on the stream day, which maybe we do that, and maybe that's actually like a good way to clickbait certain streams where I go like, hey, this day per month we're doing the drawings, but because for the other streams, you know, we tell people well in advance, like, hey, this is the day you're being roasted, you know, come by here, etc., etc., etc. That could work like the viewer games did when you played on Arena. Yeah, we could have like today's community roasting day. Yeah, the more I'm saying it, the more I do like it for makes the stream an event and would you know, dangle some carrots around to motivate people to be in the stream. I think I much prefer one night a month of pure freebies. It allows a consistent number, and if there's complications like travel, it can just be delayed. Okay. Will chat not be unbearable to manage those streams? They might be. I think doing channel points probably isn't going to work. We're going to have to come up with a different the thing is, when it comes to channel points, I've never dug into the channel point system enough to track how like, because based on the demand we've had, let's say like 100 people are buying a channel point thing. If that channel point purchase does not go into some type of like database that I can query, or even like the most basic version would be, could I get Twitch to output an Excel sheet with everybody who bought one? Real talk, why give away something free that's desirable enough that you're unable to keep up with demand? True, that is also a good point. Because we are getting... This idea is good as an event stream, and I think the reason I'm playing along with it is because it could potentially work well for Twitch numbers, but really the population we're trying to service right now is Patreon members. I'm also going to post the order for today because we do have a roast stream today, and Janitor is going to go first once we finish talking about this. So there's the order, but Janitor is going to be in front. The thing is the population that the population that I'm currently paying the most attention to is Patreon, because Patreon are the people where well, if you need to specifically reach the Patreon population, is the workaround to do the raffle in a Patreon-only Discord. Auburn Kitty, I worry about that because it's like that works until Patreon audits me. Because the only reason the Patreon system is not already a raffle is because Patreon won't let you do sweepstakes. And doing the raffle in the Patreon only section of the Discord is basically saying, okay, well, this is a sweepstakes with one extra step. Like I busted a lot of gambling operations like this when I was working in the finance industry. And so it's very like, this is just A plus B equals gambling. And so we may have to, well, like what may be a solution is to move everything to Ko-Fi. I have to look and see if Ko-Fi has different sweepstakes rules, but I know that Ko-Fi has memberships, and so if Ko-Fi allows me to do a raffle, yeah, DMC, we do. Like a thing I've been very aware of so far is there's a certain amount of inertia with operations like Patreon and Ko-Fi. Yes, and I'm in bro's DMs telling him how to get the fucking 5-0 off of him. And so move everything to Ko-Fi or any platform that does allow you to do a raffle. Because if we were allowed to do a raffle, then we can do Rap Critic system where he just says the queue will be long, but picking a song for him to review that he's interested in will increase the likelihood you go first. That is basically what we're doing with the Commander roasting. We can raffle on OnlyFans. That would be very funny. Harvahal, no, I do not want to introduce voting. My girlfriend and I are watching the 13th chairman arc in Hunter x Hunter right now, and we're watching the voting arc in Hunter x Hunter. I am not going to introduce those fucking dynamics. I'm not going to introduce those dynamics into my fucking Patreon population. Okay, hold on. Okay. It looks like we're still gonna be. It looks like we're still gonna be kind of. We reach out to other, just make our own site. I mean, the problem isn't with the website specifically. Like the reason that this is a thing with Patreon, the reason that this is a thing with Ko-Fi, the reason this is even a thing with OnlyFans, is payment processors are very much like siloed. Um, and this is where I used to work in, so I actually do have a little bit of knowledge here. So let's, I guess, scribble. Now, this is already inaccurate because gambling money is much, much bigger than titty money. But the thing is, it's not like we are not having an, oh, it's all money situation. There is no overlap in these two Venn diagrams. All of the payment processing, all of the regulations that have to deal with adult content are extremely, extremely stringent. And all the regulations that deal with gambling content are extremely, extremely stringent. And so if now what I might be able to do, because this would be because this would be a higher tier reward. If it was going to be a raffle on Patreon based on this one fucking Reddit post, which I guess I'll reach out to OnlyFans about, based on this one fucking Reddit post, maybe every month, the guaranteed thing you get is you get like a card token, or I send out a like handwritten letter telling you to go fuck yourself. Because it sounds like if all fans at a given tier guaranteed receive something, then that's easier on the raffle laws, and I will have to look into that with greater specificity, because again, like, the moment I'm on the wrong side of this, I lose the entire income stream. So we're not going to do anything cute. I'm normally extremely cute. I am an absolute rascal. I am a miscreant. We are not doing any of that. We are going to be on the right side of these rules, start to finish, because otherwise they set all of the money on fire. What you can do is determine people who are eligible first and then notify them that they are eligible to pay for the roast after that. No, it's possible, but then we introduce another A plus B plus C equals scheduling this, and every single thing we introduce makes it more likely that it breaks down. We want to have as few steps in this process as possible. You could have everybody in the stream be entered automatically, and then they pick the deck for the free roast. Octuple, I wish that would work. My experience streaming has taught me that it won't. I don't know how many people are on each platform, but according to my compiler, there are in total 293 people watching this stream. There are probably about 30 of you that are chatting. There are probably about 100 of you who are watching me on the second screen of your monitor while you either work an office job, or are working on homework, or are playing like World of Warcraft or Monster Hunter Wilds. I see you, James. You do have that shit on. But are like not paying the silent majority. Yeah, like the thing on the internet of like 90% of people lurk, 9% of people engage with the content, and 1% of people make the content is very, very true. And if we just rolled everybody into the raffle, then what would happen is I would be calling names. I would be calling names for like a clear fucking hour. Yes, and now everybody has begun chatting. Don't worry, guys. I appreciate you, okay? I still love you. It is not a call out. It is a thing I understand about the nature of what we are doing. Yeah. And so I'm not judging. I am not judging at all. Now that we have summoned the lurkers, you may return to your waffles. You may return to your World of Warcrafts. Because I was a lurker too. Like I used to, when I would watch Lupo stream, all I would do was lurk. I would never like chat or anything like that. And so again, it is not a bad thing. Thank you, Troper. I hope you had a good shit. Have a good day at work. But we definitely could not do hey, we're calling random names on the stream because most people are lurking. And if I start like going, hey, like because when I would watch streams, like, you know, it would really piss me off. When the streamer would be like, why are you all lurking? Say hello. And sometimes they would, like, on Twitch chat, you can pull up a list of people that are in your stream. And there would be some, like, particularly insufferable streamers who would pull up that list and be like, insert name. Why haven't you said hi yet? And so doing anything that is going to... So that is a very, very long-winded explanation for why auto-entering everybody wouldn't work. We specifically need this to work for the Patreon population. I also see Jack Card, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. So I see Janitor, I see Jack. We still need, let's see, Wall Snuggler, Victorious Chuckles, Alpha Dog, and Paul, if you all could sound off. So anyway, we're done trauma dumping. Marbles on stream would make it so people would have to enter themselves in raffle during stream, which doesn't break Twitch TOS and picks the winner right there. Works for free roast at least. Yeah, we could do that for free roast, but again, I'm much more focused on how do we make the Patreon population feel more valued, because another solution, which I'm also not like totally huge on, but for different reasons, is what if we make the rest of the Patreon better so that even if you don't get a roast, you still feel pretty good about being the $25 patron. I think this is a generally good idea that probably doesn't address the core issue, because a lot of the people who feel bad about not getting a roast for their $25 really want the roast. And so I'm going to... So I think what does have to be done is there has to be like a banner on Patreon that just says, hey, you're probably not getting in. And we have to try to get all of these people to divest themselves from the Patreon, which will cost me some money, but whatever, fuck it. We need to get all these people like to drop their Patreon, so that the people who remain know and are cool with, like, hey, you're almost certainly not going to get this, or it's going to be incredibly competitive. I think if there was a higher tier that was capped in number that guaranteed a roast, and the next tier down can still try and get in but have big old red alert that they probably aren't getting it. DMC, thank you. Listen, your ongoing support has made a lot of things possible. Like the patrons made the roast edits possible, because for a really, really, really long time, they could not even kind of pay for themselves. And the Commander roasts also got, I think the Commander roasts, because of changes to YouTube's monetization policy, they make like a fifth of what they used to. To the people that are saying, why not make roasts an even higher tier? That's something I've thought about. That is something I have thought about. The roast price would probably have to be like $100. If I was going to say, this is, you for sure get one. You for sure get one. And Ha420 Weed Number raises the good point of, we are hopefully just kicking the can down the road if we do that, because as I get more and more popular, we just reach the same issue again. On my trick, yes. They don't do guaranteed. They don't do guaranteed roasts. I got their name wrong, but my boy 33 Elk does, I think, like one free deck tech a week, and those are mostly like functional improvements. So those are deck reviews that you can get for free, although also very difficult to get in for those. Lil Lemon, the Entario suggested the 2 months of signups, the 2 months of signups at a time, and I think that the additional logistical strain and the off-on nature of it would fuck it up more than previously. Thank you, Alec. I'm glad you like it. And I do think, realistically, most people are fine. I think most people are fine with how this is. But there is a growing population of not even people who are mad at me, but people who are like, man, this sucks. We had one person who was mad at me because that person is fully fucking illiterate and assumed and thought the $25 tier was guaranteed entry. How many people are signed up at the $25 tier? Let me go look. Right now, 99 people. So 99 people are competing for 30 slots right now. Exotic Show, I think as soon as we start going like, oh, well, so any version of this idea that is like, well, maybe some patrons could get chosen luckily, is going to immediately run afoul of gambling laws. Oh no, DMC, you were doing the Lord's work. I appreciate it. I only started talking because I was like, oh God, one of my supporters is doing labor for me. Relic, I do not think that accounts for the $50 tiers. Yeah, we have 30 separate 50. So we have 129 people competing for 30 slots, which is right? It's suffering from success in the sense of like, hey, that's great. I have groceries, I have rent. But in terms of like satisfying 129 people, it does suck to be like, hey, yeah, there are 4 times as many people as can get this are competing for this. And Paul, listen, I appreciate your support while you gave it, and I'm glad you did get a roast through Ko-Fi. Like, I think the $25 is a meaningful amount of money to shunt off into the internet. Thoughts on a pause on repeats? Like, if you got one last time, you can't get one this time. I'll be real, that is one I'm worried about both financially and logistically, because I think if we do pause on repeats, what happens is we do get this like big divestment, or even if it's not a big divestment, a big churn in terms of people try to sign up then drop. I'm also worried about like people doing chargebacks, although I don't really know if that is a thing with Patreon. And as Doug says, we do have a lot of like character development and subplots happening from repeat offenders. Like the continued saga of Crab's terrible decks is like a thing that I think is good for the stream and is good for the videos. Does having a rolling list of people that get chosen from per month make sense? Get the first X patrons each month, then go to the bottom of the list. New patrons show up on the bottom of the list. That actually could work. I don't think that would run afoul of the sweepstakes rules if it was like this puts you in a queue. Although yeah, the backlog, here's the caveat to that. Doing that is effectively the same thing as every roast is guaranteed and costs $125. Because if we say, okay, you get to go, Melon, we're doing good. We're talking through business right now, Melon. How are you doing? If we go, okay, you're definitely going to get in, but you're at the bottom of the queue and we have to work through the entire queue. Right now we have 129 members. And so if we say the 130th person goes at the end of that list, at the rate that I do them, that is like 3 or 4 months until I get to them, which you would... And if you go off the Patreon, like the tracking's gonna get fucked up instantly. And so that just becomes, okay, now you're a $25 patron to wait in line, which is like more guaranteed, but feels pretty bad. And as a patron, you don't know how long the list is before subbing, which would suck. Yeah, like it's the worst restaurant reservation system imaginable. Tomb0816, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. My concern is I know how much work you put into this. Don't you think adding more to the plate would cause burnout? I know you're happy satisfying people, hence you're willing to do feet picks, no takesies, backsies, but we don't want to see this burn down into nothing either. And that's why I'm pushing back on a lot of the suggestions that boil down to like, well, hey, do more of it. I think the bridge that is going to have to get crossed eventually, and I'll think more about specifically how to reconfigure it, is what Shades is saying, where we will at some point need to totally divorce the roasting from Patreon, and we would need to have the roasting be done entirely through Ko-Fi, and then make it such that like the Patreon is just for other benefits, and then we could probably like move a bunch of the benefits down tiers, or we could add new benefits or something. Yeah, because initially we did it on the Patreon because the interest was like small enough that it made the most sense to just have it all in one bucket. And what will probably make the most sense as we're going forward is this, like, the discrete deliverable thing can only be purchased via discrete deliverable methods. And if you're paying me monthly, if I was paying less to stay in the Patreon Discord channels and still get league nights, etc., I'd deal with getting less roast slots. Good. Since you give me money, only your opinion matters. I want to be very clear about that. Since you slide me the cool $25, your voice is 25 times as loud as a normal human. Let's be clear about that. Melon, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home for the second month in a row. Is there a way to stop people from purchasing multiple roasts until you redeem it and just start like a line queue on Ko-Fi? On Ko-Fi, I don't think I've ever seen one person purchase multiple at once. Is it possible to do it like the decked out Patreon? I will, I'll ask them about it. Nerd Girl has been an absolute fucking angel in terms of helping me figure out monetization stuff and like the business side stuff of this. Now, I will say there's also the there is the like greed angle of, for my own sanity and for my own wallet, having the roasts be entirely on Ko-Fi would allow me to more simply rebuff people who were upset about it, because people could be like, oh, they're expensive, that sucks, and I'd be like, yeah, but there's also, you know, everybody's willing to buy them, so I'm not going to change that. And there would be nobody giving me money to not get roasted. We would be spending no money to not get roasted. Acural, the RNG free roast, that is legitimately on the table, but that is for stream numbers. I'm not talking about that for Patreon anymore. That is a thing I might do just because I think it would get crazy views. I think it would make people happy, and I think it would be one of my like bigger streams every month, and that is meaningful for me. Ariel20, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome to the dog home. That's not really greedy now, would it? That's not really being greedy, right? It's more for your own mental state. Well, I think, so SNES, I'm talking more about like Dungeons and Dragons, good versus evil. In my own head, I signify... I tend to think about morality in terms of like, am I doing this out of self-interest, or am I doing this out of a altruistic interest? Like, am I doing this to better my own situation primarily, or am I doing this primarily to better the situation of somebody else? And this chain, that would be like primarily done to benefit me, but it would end up incidentally benefiting other people, which is a win-win. That's the bet, right? That's the best shit, is if you can benefit both yourself and other people at the same time. Okay, Shades, I like that. Okay, so I'm going to hope that I can change this in the next week or two. I'm going to hope that I can change this in the next week or two, so that the messaging can all be extremely, extremely clear. But I do think the way it's going to come down is the roasts are probably going to have to move entirely to Ko-Fi. The other Patreon benefits are going to get rearranged. Roast move to Ko-Fi. Roast probably still move up in price, and then we make like other Patreon benefits. We lean into. I think we probably just make like patron game nights, because I know, Will, you also play Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm sure a lot of the other patrons play Monster Hunter Wilds. We do we come up with some other stuff that scales better for Patreon, that doesn't have to be like, I do this one thing specifically for you. You could add for the patron members like an actual deck building guideline thing, more effort on the short term, but huge plus long term. We could do that. We could do like more, because one thing I've tried to hold myself back from doing is, if patrons post decks, trying not to like roast on the fly all the time to avoid burning myself out. And maybe we could give access to like a patron deck help section where there's no funny business. Could you split the difference of roast being more expensive, and if you have a Patreon, you could have a reduced priced Ko-Fi admission? Relic, that is a good idea that Patreon and Ko-Fi will not work with me on. So if I could snap my fingers and do that, yes, I would be like, hey, if you are a Patreon member, this is going to cost less for you. I don't think we get that, though. And then and then the other reason moving the roast to Ko-Fi would be better is Ko-Fi takes less money from me. I think Patreon consistently takes more off the top than Ko-Fi does. And so I would get paid more. People would have clearer expectations about what they were going to get when they handed me money. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So I think after this stream, I'm going to go talk to, in the patron Discord specifically, talk to them about some potential ideas for what they would want that would be good Patreon benefits if we either moved everything if we moved everything like down a tier. Uggers, I'm reading both chats. I have to be very careful that I react to Twitch chat more often because of Twitch TOS. If roasts move fully to Ko-Fi, how would the roast scheduling channel work? We would probably get rid of it and just do all the scheduling via email, or leave it up for like, hey, if you're both, right? If you're, maybe we say like it's $5 a month to have access to the Discord. If you give me $5 a month because you love me and you purchased a roast, you can use this to meet up with me. So yeah, it would go mostly defunct, I think. But that's probably what we're going to have to do, but I want to talk to the patrons first and try to figure out like, what can we, for the people who already pay money and already want to benefit. Like there's some people like Relic and Ellie and Ambi and Troper, and I can't start saying these names because there are too many of you that are infinitely generous. But there are a lot of people who have supported me a lot for a long time, and I want to make sure those people are serviced. But I do think some version of, we're going to have to cut the cord. We're going to have to cut the cord and divorce roasts from Patreon and make things less expensive for Patreon because of that. And we'll lose some degree of income. But honestly, if like demand stays high, then the lost income probably gets made up with the increased pricing on Ko-Fi. Orange Bacon wants to know, does Twitch's TOS demand a certain level of viewer engagement or something? Yes, they very literally do. When I was looking into multi-streaming, they didn't allow it for a long time. Their rules are, as I understand them, their rules are you cannot have multiple chats on screen at once. So if you're going to show chat on screen, only Twitch can be shown on screen. You are allowed to see chats in a compiled manner. Like I have a compiler that shows your username and then it has a little logo showing what platform the chat is from, but I'm not allowed to show that on screen, and I cannot spend more time reacting to a different platform's chats than I do Twitch. So right now I'm only streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and so my time reacting to chat must be 51%. As I understand it, must be 51% Twitch chat reacting. And so I still try to react to YouTube, but sometimes when chat's moving fast, I need to I have to prioritize YouTube because otherwise they're going to fucking take my shoe deal, man. If you double your price and have your client base, you've lost nothing. Exactly. Which is, I think, what we're probably, that's what we're probably moving towards with the roast specifically. And I am going to work on how do we make Patreon supporters feel like a valued community and feel like they're getting something and like they get to engage with me and enjoy stuff with me that is separate from the roasting. We also have, hello good sir, yesterday you talked about gold fishing, so play testing your decks. What's your opinion on doing that on MTG Arena? You may not have some cards, but you put extra pressure playing versus motherfuckers that kill on site your commander. So I think that is probably the worst way you could play test a deck, second only to imagining how good the deck is going to be with a bottle of baby lotion next to you. Only because the dynamics of a 1v1 game and a 4-player game are so wildly different that how your deck performs in a 4-player game tells you almost nothing about how it performs in the 1v1, and how your deck performs in the 1v1 tells you almost nothing about how it's going to perform in a 4-player matchup. The only metric it's useful for is what you alluded to, which is how does my deck perform if somebody just hates me and removes all my stuff on site. I think all the drawbacks, like all of the stuff that you lose intel on, because you're playing 1v1 is outweighs the gain of like what you could learn from doing it on Arena. Volt Digrapher, thank you for the 3rd month in a row at a tier 1 sub. Welcome back to the dog home. Hello, dog god. I've not been as present for Twitch content, but I've enjoyed liking YouTube content and Discord dogs. I appreciate you and the community at large. May you and yours enjoy ice cream and chocolate. Thank you, Wolf. You are always so, so kind, and I appreciate that very much. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. And Valseer, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I overslept and missed the Ko-Fi. I'm never sleeping again. I guess a legitimate question is how did the subscription rate to Patreon notably decrease with the shift to one-time payments? If the rate was rather unaffected, the lost money might not be much. Ben, I'll keep it a stack. When we started selling these on Ko-Fi, and we said we're going to go down from 48 slots on Patreon to 30 slots on Patreon and 18 slots are going to Ko-Fi, Patreon subscriptions increased. Shit's inelastic, okay? Shit is inelastic. There is Like we could kick this up to like 200 and it might sell. And so yeah, I don't think like everybody would cancel their Patreon. And I do think I enjoy the roast because I'm a child of negative reinforcement and it makes me feel like my dad actually showed up to my football games. This would be so interesting to study from an economics point of view. Well, really what happened is, here, let me see if I can pull up my public. And then, Janitor, are you still going to be good if we start your roast in the next 5 minutes? Because I know you have people coming over. Chuckles, I know you're here. Paul, I know you're here. Jack, I know you're here. So we just need Snuggler and Alpha Dog. Okay. So really what started happening, Snuggler's here, Janitor's good to go. Sick. They. Okay. Perfect. They, them for Janitor. So I like what really has happened to make the Patreon money stuff not make any fucking sense is noon Pacific time, Shadow. What's really happened to make it not make any fucking sense is we started to figure out how to get people to watch the videos. Helios, so for Ko-Fi, it's much more straightforward. If it allowed you to purchase it and you got the post-purchase Google form message, you got one. Like Ko-Fi, because it's an item that is in stock, is in stock, if there's one left, you can buy it. And if you can buy it, you got it. That is the benefit of doing them all on Ko-Fi, is there's no confusion of like, oh, did I spend money to not get one? Oh, you hit enter by accident. Okay. Whenever somebody just says like a pronoun apropos of nothing in chat, I'm like, okay, that's their pronouns. Good. Grab it, put it in my head. Void Creature 101, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Thank you for the correction, Janitor. So anyway, what really happened is these were like the first roast videos. We made them really, really short. They were not particularly good. They started to get better, and even this has been poisoned. This has been poisoned because the most recent roast videos doing better has caused people to go back and watch these old ones, and so these views are also inflated. But what happened was, as the roast highlight reels got better and more people watched them, it drove way more people to the Patreon and the Ko-Fi. And so the demand has like exploded as we've gotten more of these videos that are at like 50K plus views, which is awesome. And also it means that the demand of the like Patreon demand has not been linked up to reality, right? They've not been. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Entario, the way you put it is correct. Ko-Fi roasts are going to get more expensive. Patreon roasts are going to go away. Things will go from there, with the added caveat of we're going to put more toys into Patreon so that the people who do sign up for Patreon feel better about signing up for it. Because for a while, the Patreon was like straight up just, you're doing this for a roast. This is the only shit I can offer you. So Patreon's going to offer more. I think nothing is going to be like as high demand as a roast. So I'm not going to say it's going to offer better. But Patreon's going to offer more, and is going to offer more like community benefits. The roasts are going to move to Ko-Fi, and then on Ko-Fi, the market's going to dictate the price. And then, tentatively, we're going to do one stream a month that is free community roasting, and we're going to try to use that to get a shitload of views and give people a chance to get their deck roasted for free. Because I know that I can do a Streamlabs raffle for community roasting that doesn't run afoul of giveaways because it's just totally free to enter. What's up, Elk? How you doing, friend? Okay, I like that. That feels good. With that, we need to hit a manual ad break on Twitch because I've been forgetting to do that.
What's your opinion on extra L's in people's names? It's fine, I support it.
We need to hit our manual ad break so that when we do Janitor's Roast, it does not have pre-roll demons or mid-roll demons. And then, yeah, I think that'll make sense. I think we'll still make as much or more money. Like, I'll still make rent. I think other people will be broadly more satisfied. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Can Patreon roast your decks? Andronicus, somebody has done that. Somebody has sent in one of my old decks, and I was shit talking it like crazy, and then they were like, "By the way, it's your child." Sness McLeod, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, they got me for sure. That was Troper. Troper did that to me. They submitted my Henzy list, and all of the tags were references to the James Summerfield like plagiarism video. Terrafon, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I've been a sub to the Commander at Home Patreon for a while. I'll say even counting the dice and boxes I've gotten from that, the best benefit for me has been the Discord and having that group of people to play spell table games with. Okay. Yeah, maybe we make a Patreon-specific LFG. Thank you for, Terrafon, thank you for weighing in. That is very good to know. Yeah, Troper got my ass with that. Okay, so fuck the... Have you heard of the podcast Till Death Do Us Blart? Absolutely the fuck not. What was your reaction to finding out it was your deck? Deep, unrelenting shame, me, because it was a deck I had actually made a video on, and I had been raking it over the coals for being like, wow, this is so uninspired. This is the most like generic Walmart deck ever. Oh my god, you included 50% of the cards from the pre-con? So fucking imaginative of you. And deep, deep shame. Here comes the 5-for-5 random smasher pass. The Twinks are growing too powerful. The Twinks are growing too powerful. I would smash this man into dust. Into shreds. Into shreds, I say. Unironically love this card. Oh yeah, this is kind of clever. Oh god damn it. Hold on, I have to turn off my game monitor for a second because I need to. Okay. That's fine. I was opening up Discord, and there's one Discord I'm in where people will share like, hey, I got this I got this ad deal with this people for this price, and I don't want to fucking dox other people's business. You have a gay monitor? Yeah, it's called my eyeballs. Did my Smasher Pass get redeemed? No, it didn't, but it's fitna. That's a land, doesn't count. Hell no. You are not like Elk. You are not as twinked as Elk. Because hell no can this card not get it. Okay. We're going to have to just jump into Janitor's deck because I know they have plans. Yeah, Elk, it's the creator Discord. Where Mr. Pull doesn't want to... That's what that is. The Obama logo. Yeah, I knew I recognized it. Oh, yeah. Get rid of the custom card reviews. Thank you. And then Exotic Show hit me with that personal question. And thank you for that drink water redeem. That's literally a rock. No, it cannot get it. Eris time. Congratulations on your exclusive Twitchy Discord role. Ping Mauled Bean and they'll set you up with it. Redeeming this a second time for the bit. Maybe that would be good, actually, if we could... Ooh. Okay. I'm going to cook on this later where it's not going to interrupt Janitor's roast. How do you get through incredibly stressful times at work? Don't want to delay the roast, though. I can definitely answer that. It definitely depends on the type of work. I think for the work that I used to do, I am really, really good at delaying gratification. I can remember being a young child and hearing about those studies where they would be like, oh, we left a kid in a room with one marshmallow and told them that if they didn't eat it, we would come back with 2 marshmallows. And the kids would always eat the marshmallow. And even as like a 7-year-old, I was like, these kids are fucking stupid. I hate these petulant little babies who can't wait 10 seconds for a good thing to happen to them. And so if it was ever work where I thought it was worthwhile, I'm very good at having a pretty bad time. I'm very good at having a pretty bad time for a pretty long time. One of the things that trained that into me was rowing, where most of the athletic training I did was just based around being like going through moderate to severe suffering for like 90 minutes to 2 hours at a time straight with no breaks. Which hasn't really made me like, I'm not hardcore by any stretch of the imagination. But if it's stress because of, oh, this is difficult, but it's difficult for a worthwhile reason, I am now built like that. I did not used to be, but I became built like that through exposure to that stuff. If it's... Now, there's more like existential work stresses that you can get into that are much harder to deal with. If you think the thing you're doing isn't worthwhile, if you don't think there is a light at the end of the tunnel where there's going to be like a payoff for it, dealing with stress there is you have to try to find a way to like partition off your mind and use part of your mind to mentally work on something that does make you feel fulfilled. For context, it's a high visibility and high stress local government job. That's incredibly difficult. I would imagine that if you're working in local government, you are either completely evil and soulless or you care a lot about your community. Based on the wording of that, Based on the wording of that, I think you care about your community. Really, all I can tell you, we're all going to die. No one's going to give a shit. people, because you're high visibility, people are going to want to be mad at you to displace anger that is within them. Ultimately, very little you do matters. That is both good and bad. I am a nihilist, but I am a nihilist that is like, I don't know how to get the sunglasses emote, but I know that there's like nihilists who are like nothing matters frowny face, and then there's nihilists who are like nothing matters sunglasses. I am life is meaningless. That's me all the way. All right, we're highlighting message. Yeah. All right, janitor's roast. Fuck the intro because we never included on the VODs anyway. Trash Panda's dumpster finds. This is the other stacks deck I made before a Layla deck from last month, and I know what you're going to say. Yeah, this one's much less fuckable, dude. Yes, Gruul stacks is barely functional as a concept. I actually don't think that's true. Counterpoint, what if Bello makes them all 4/4s that can punch people as well? It'll be funny, at least if opponents let me play. I forgot to mention this for the last deck, but I do have stuff in the considering pile as well as what I was thinking of swapping in. Okay. I'll tell you what, Janitor. On a theoretical level, I'm with this. I think Gruul stacks is actually real. Gruul is much more on like prison than stacks, and so based on the stacks pieces you have, having a command like this is like bad Winota. Rocket Raccoon here is just slightly less sexy Winota because it gives you a beatdown out. So I'm kind of with that. Let's see what you picked. Bedlam. Okay, no blocking is good. Other assorted effects, but with hands. This is not really prison, but at least it's protection. Not stacks. Not stacks, but is... Okay, these are other effects with hands. That's fine. These are good other effects with hands. This one's terrible. Yeah, this one is terrible. But if the bar is, I really like Dune 2, sure. Progressing the game state. Yeah, I love Disrupt Decorum. Fuck these people. Useful effects. Attacking creatures have death touch. I fuck with that. Progressing the game state, but with hands. Hey, this is a card. I'll tell you what, Janitor. This is a Magic the Gathering card. So is this one. Hey. Hey, bestie. This is a Magic the Gathering card. So let me find the stacks. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I saw stacks 3 and I was about to ban you from this Twitch chat. I saw fucking crawl space, dense foliage. I saw 3 things Bello can't fucking animate, and I was about to lose it. Okay, Blood Clock. Not good stacks. Burning Earth. Not good stacks. This one, okay. Here, this is super villainy. I mean, this is bad, but if you wanted to make... Like, this is minimum security prison. This is where they put CEOs. That's very whatever. That is... If you have a known play group and you have a life gain player you're trying to stop, I'm fine with that. Otherwise, extremely whatever. I like this one. Primal Order. Yeah, sure. Fuck the non-basic players. Nope. Don't do that. Hey, man, I don't want to sound crazy. You kind of want to tap lands for mana. Maybe your stacks deck should not blow off your own dick. Opponents can't search libraries. This one does seem relevant. Stranglehold's relevant. What's Umbilicus do? At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they may pay 2 life. If they don't, bounce something. Nope. Hey. Somebody said this isn't prison, this is house arrest. I disagree. This is not... We're not even under house arrest. This is like neighborhood arrest. You aren't allowed to leave a multi-building compound, which is made up of your home, the blowjob room, the massage room, and the ice cream room. What is the price you have to pay for all of this? You take one paper cut every 3rd week. And yeah, like, I think the thing you're not thinking of, so many things in Commander nowadays are enter the battlefield effects, and you're just saying, hey, what if for free I gave you a once a turn Cloudstone Curio? Ward of Bones. Who controls more creature than you, can't play creature cards. This would be okay. I like War's Toll. I do legitimately like War's Toll. All right. I don't give a fuck about what else you have in this deck. You're definitely a liar. I don't know if the deck is playable. I do know that you are a goddamn liar. So the really important thing about stacks is, as quickly as possible, you need to begin sticking things that are going to prevent people from winning the game. You need to figure out, how do my opponents want to win? How do I shut off their win conditions? And then how do I steal the game from them now that they have been zip-tied to the nearest radiator? The cards that you have that are decent for that are Burning Sands, Stranglehold, and Ward of Bones if the deck was totally different. Not a lot of really good stuff that Bello can animate. So I think then it may be worth trying to separate what is, because we've already sort of established that, like, the deck can't be only stacks pieces that Bello is then animating. So we may just have to be, we're going to play stacks and our win con is going to be beat down with good enchantments. Because there's a couple that are playable, right? There's a couple playable ones. And even, like, Mana Barbs is still good because it's putting damage on the field. I'm just trying to point out what is actually, like, locking up the game for you and what isn't. Primal Order, Mana Barbs, all fine. Even Burning Earth, fine, because we're bringing the game forward via reduction of life totals. Like, Blood Clock is probably going to help more people than it hurts. The landfall players want Blood Clock. The creature ETB players want Blood Clock. Pretty much every deck in Commander is going to run at least one good enter the battlefield effect in their deck, and you are assisting those motherfuckers with things like, hey, bounce your stuff. Storm Cauldron and Ward of Bones, I would believe in this if your deck was, like, crazy low on lands and was just all mana rocks. Because if you were on basically no lands but every mana rock in the game, then what you could do with Ward of Bones is you could say, okay, people can't really play creatures and people can't really play lands. That would be clever stacks that you could then beat people to death with. I think as it stands, with only 7 creatures, you're probably hitting creatures. You're almost certainly not hitting lands when it comes to having 37 in the deck. So let's look at other artifacts and enchantments that could fix this. So I think what you have run up against is a funny gimmick that literally doesn't exist. It is a funny gimmick where Wizards of the Coast, in their infinite wisdom, have not printed the cards necessary for this gimmick to exist with 100% fidelity. The closest we can get is we can put in a lot of stacks pieces, and then we can have the commander be the thing that drives us to a game win after we do stacks on top of this. So we'll just look at specifically what Bello can do. We need partial type matches. Thank you for that catch, Helios. And then I think there's, like, an O tag for stacks or something. Nope. If there is, hey, it's not that. Aether Flash, if you have token players, here's a good one, right? This shuts off anybody that wants to play a like low to the ground creature heavy deck. Oh, no space. Nope. Didn't work. But this is heavily dependent on the meta that you are playing into. This doesn't really do anything to other people. Jay Dizzy, it won't really hit our stuff because our stuff is going to enter as an indestructible enchantment creature. And so we're going to be fine. If you play against certain kindred decks, this could be a really good specific hate piece. This card, you would have to Sharpie "fuck you, Chris" on it, and then you would have to name elves every time. I don't think Arborea actually does a lot for us. Sadly, only one dragon deck in the pod, no other crazy creature types. Okay. We don't fucking want Awakening, holy shit. I mean, Barl's Cage, this is not good. I want to be very clear that it's not good. But if you shit mana, it is a mana dump. We have Bedlam already. Pyro Kage, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. City on Fire is achievable, but City on Fire is in furtherance of the beatdown, and right now this already looks like a deck that only cares about the beatdown and doesn't actually care at all about stacks. Yeah, we're not Lurking Predators here. We're not doing Lurking Predators. Damn, this archetype kind of sucks. Don't care about any of these. I think we have Chameel in here because we're absolute fucking bastards. I don't think... There are some cards I just discount because of the art. Like, if I can look at a card and I'm like, oh, yeah, this was printed before 2005, I just go, hey, card's bad. King Kettle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hey, Mauled, I did the deck roast signing up, but I did not get a follow-up email, even though it looks like the charge went through. So, King Kettle, the follow-up email you're going to get is for scheduling your roast. Did you, if you purchased on Ko-Fi, there should be a post-purchase message that has a Google form for you to fill out, and then based on the information you submit, I will be emailing you in the next day or two with your deck roasting schedule. If you did not get that post-purchase message, message me directly on Ko-Fi, and I will send you the form link, and we will figure it out from there. All right, back to these terrible, terrible, no good creatures. See, the confusion in the ranks I don't think is good because it's not asymmetrical. We're just going to give away our stacks. If there's good creatures to steal, sure. And actually, we do kind of like it because the stacks piece, if it sits on it depends if the stacks pieces are symmetrical or asymmetrical. If we're playing symmetrical stacks pieces anyway, we're fine with trading those away for like their best creature. But if we're playing asymmetrical stacks, we really do not want to trade it. Okay, 8 rack, potential. Maximum hand size is 4. Oh, we only get to pick 1, though. That kind of sucks. That does kind of suck. Okay, actual stacks piece, damping engine. Whoever controls more permanents than any other cannot do fucking anything. So you could damp engine if we wanted to do an actual stacks effect. Dingus Egg is such a funny fucking name, but we're not going to do anything with it. It does fuck you if you get a wide board. Dingus Staff, another great name that doesn't do anything. Excellent. Yes, Dingus is in chat. Thank you, Yu-Gi-Oh! 3D Master. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, bestie. Stranglehold and Nature's Will. This one's in the deck already. This one's okay. It's more of a advantage engine for us than it is for an actual like slowdown thing. War's Toll is in the deck, Will. We could, hey, maybe we could get Self Prison. Maybe we could do Self Prison. Holy God, these cards are bad. You scroll too fast, I can't see all the cards. Will, that's a good point. However, I need you to consider that if I look at the cards too long, I'm going to get worse at Magic. I mean, False Floor is like fucking technically. God, we could do Authority of the Console for 2 mana. I meant the ones already in the deck. So did I, Brother Bear. So did I. So false floor, like the big problem we're on is this is what the Bellow deck wants to do. You want to pay 4 mana to make your opponent's creatures ETB tapped. And you could at least get a sorcery speed. You know, you move to combat, you swing all your shit, and then you swing everything but False Floor, and then you exile everyone else's untapped blockers. So this is like the type of shit we want to see. Now, whether or not that is good enough, do we have Faraz's ban? I like this one. Taxing every creature spell is probably incredibly relevant for the level of gameplay that we're working with. Oh shit, we got the PhD thesis from Hernalius. To get Tangle Wire. This is a good stacks piece. I do not think this is one that Bello allows us to break parity on, and so this is just like us drugging everybody at the function and we all fall asleep together. There's Trinisphere. This would be good for you if you wanted to go, if we're able to go all in on what Bella was doing, we would really like that. Just like this would just tell any spell slingers, hey, what if you went and fucked yourself? Hum of the Radix. I don't think we like this one because we're going to be playing a ton of artifacts. I think we break parity on this one. Derogatory. There's definitely Blood Moon and Collector Oof. Those are like the most normal stacks pieces we could get. This one also hits us because we're going to be on a lot of enchantments. Territorial Dispute. Players can't play lands. At the beginning of your upkeep. I do not think we... This is another one where I don't think we break parity on it really well. Whenever a permanent is tapped, put a win counter on it. Oh, so it's like stun counters. This also fucks us because we want to swing a lot. So these are great options to turn our deck off. We have learned how to counter this deck. Possessed Portal. If a player would draw a card, they skip that draw at the end of each turn, sack a permanent unless you discard. We want to draw a lot of cards for beating people to death. So Hernalius, thank you for very concisely countering this deck, building the anti-flash to this deck's flash. I also think we don't like Uba Mask because we want to be picking up a lot of cards, which is another thing where yes, those are all really good. Those are all really good stacks pieces, but they conflict with what Bello wants to do rather than helping what Bello wants to do. So Urabrask, though, your creatures have haste. Everyone else enters tapped. Oh, thank you, Chowder. That's... Arjun's fucking hilarious. I am so sorry I got you into this game, but I hope you have a good time while you're here. Yeah, I think Urabrask the Hidden is fine. Yeah, Kodak, we're finally in the roasts. Janitor, I think Cityscape Leveler would be good for you just to have some more targeted removal on a big body. The more I look at the list of cards that are available to me, the more I think of you as like one of those people that are raving madly in the subway station talking about what's going to happen 20 years from now. And you might actually be right. We may eventually get the artifacts and enchantments necessary to do a all Trash Panda stacks list. I think right now you do not have the critical mass necessary for it. I think you can still build Gruul stacks helmed by Bello, but I think what you have to do is you have to bring in a lot of stacks effects that don't count for Bello and then drop really big, also helpful enchantment-based stacks effects later on in the game on top of the stacks you have already played. I think if we try to make everything fit into Bellows' paragraph, we just don't have enough things that do it yet. You've seen beyond your time. And I am with it. Gruul stacks deserves to exist. The blue players do need to play by some goddamn rules. But they do not exist in the specific context of you can do it just with really expensive artifacts and enchantments. How do we feel about Vicious? Vicious Shadows. See, like, this is fine as group slug, but I think what we're moving towards is, rather than a stacks deck, rather than a control game plan, we're just trying to set the house on fire, which is the most normal Gruul shit ever. Like, we said, hey, we want to do Gruul control. We want to stop people from doing too powerful of a thing. And all of you immediately went, they can't do anything if they've burned to death. And then we started running out all of these group slug pieces. So it's still... So you can still do it, but yeah, and we saw somebody put in a Maria deck in chat. You can still do it, but you need to start playing a lot of stacks pieces that don't necessarily fit into Bellows type line. But you can do it that way. So if you want to do it that way, then you have to play a lot of like low to the ground stacks pieces, and then you bring in these big enchantment and artifact stacks pieces as big finishers. So you need more stuff, like crawl space and like good stacks pieces, and then you start dropping all this shit. And yes, I will relent. Yes, you should play Immortal Sun. Fuck planeswalkers. Fuck these people. This is just pure gas. But at the point in the game, if you set up the board lock, or not even the board lock, but if you have sufficiently slowed everyone else down, these are the type of cards that will allow you to speed up. True, Abundance is also insane in terms of setting this deck off, because you get to pick all of these draws. You are hopefully going to be getting a ton of draw triggers, and then you can just be like, okay, new stacks piece. Okay, new stacks piece. Okay, new stacks piece. So we're going to put you... We're going to put you on the personality matrix, and really, your primer made me really excited to see some villain shit, and what I am seeing in this deck is some syndrome shit from the Incredibles. We have a little bit of villain shit. We have a little bit of villain behavior. We have an incredible amount of monologuing on the most normal red-green activity I have ever seen in my entire life. So I'm going to say probably greedy mechanic, or even greedy spiteful, but rather than just greedy, I'm going to amend that with aspirational, because it's less of you being greedy and more of the stuff you wanted to do not really working. And I will check the considering list. This is good. Yes, we need this. We need this. This one's also good if your opponents are on like a Joda deck, or if their commanders want to swing a lot. Other than that, I think this like it's a lot of spite for very, very little payoff, which is on brand for what a little shithead raccoon wants to do, but it's not very good. We did look at this already. I personally don't like this one because we want to be on Artifact Beatdown, which means we would want to leave this untapped, and with Bellow we're going to be swinging and tapping all of our artifacts. I think Greaves are okay, but we looked at a lot of other haste enablers. I think Vedalken Orrery is good getting... because this is just a 4/4 with Indestructible and haste that lets you play it flash. So... don't insult Syndrome when he canonically killed several superheroes. Shitty ones. See, Winter Moon... this is... yes. Yes, Janitor. This is how you clean up aisle 3, or whatever you call your personal home. I think Winter Moon is the type of stuff you probably have to be on more of. You have to be on a lot of like this, Collector Oof, Blood Moon, all of the normal prison shit, and then you beat them to death later. I would say Arasta based on your pod. Cityscape Leveler for sure. Cyberman Squadron. Probably just as a finisher. Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. We do not give a shit about Mill 3. This is up there with Arena of the Ancients for tremendously good if the reaction you want from this deck is for people to go, hey, fuck you, man, before they kill you. Before they kill you dead. If you want them to say, hey, fuck you, before you kill them dead, you gotta play other stuff. Do not you dare play Mana Echoes. Do not you dare play Warstorm Surge unless, hold on. Yeah, Bellow's only triggering on combat damage, so no. Bad boy. Returns very whatever, because at most we're drawing 4 cards, and ideally we just draw cards off hitting with them. Why, Vedalken, your stuff is only creatures on your turn. Do not underestimate the power of being able to hold mana if people see you as a control player. What we probably also need is a few more pieces of meaningful interaction. And so being able to potentially wait out a sorcery speed board wipe, being able to hold up interaction mana and then just drop your value piece on somebody's end step instead of having to tap out on your turn means a lot if you are trying to be the cop at the table, and this deck is trying to be the cop. I would do Trinisphere. Blast Act is fine. And then you just need all of the usual suspects that are like Collector Oof. So we're going to put you under Aspirational Mechanic. You could do Vexing Bauble as well if you have a lot of people free casting. If you have a Cascade player, this is super good to make them hate you forever. Literally forever. Is Mana Web in the list? I think Mana Web's okay. Mana Web is on the cuter end because it just makes people tap out, but it is a good way to just hook a finger into their mouth, which is generally what the control player wants to achieve. Want to see Burning Sands? I bet you do. Oh, we have this. This is in. This is one of the cards I called out as like, this is a good one. So yeah, Janitor, I think let's play test it so we can see how it actually does right now. But I think right now this looks to me like just a beatdown deck.
And I say beatdown deck, and what I mean is a sit around and wait deck. Oh, we'd play Bellow turn 3. Fuck this card. So we do turn 4. Okay. So we've done nothing for 4 turns, which is typically not what the stacks player wants to do. We typically don't want to go, hey, you guys, do whatever. I'll be back later with maybe some rules. And turn 4, we stick, you can't tutor. We swing this. I'll say we draw a card because I'm nice like that. And now we get to stick asceticism. So now they have hexproof. I'll say you draw 2 because I'm nice like that and it's not going to matter. We'll say I played the right land. And then I'll discard fucking crop rotation. And now we can Burning Earth. And like we have all these effects. We're dealing a little bit of damage to non-basics. We're preventing people from tutoring. For the most part, we just have a board of 4/4s, which is very normal red-green behavior. But we could just ramp into a bunch of fucking 4/4s if we wanted to do that. So yeah, final assessment. You are currently ahead of your time. Pure 4 CMC and above Bellow stacks just doesn't exist. What can exist is I play Gruul stacks. I play Gruul Prison, and I have my commander that gives me these big 4/4 assholes to close the game out. So this is, again, to quote Salubrious Snail, the late great Salubrious Snail, Bellow is going to have to be a counterweight commander where he is making up for the fact that your deck cannot otherwise go to combat. You're going to have a 99 that for the most part goes to combat really, really bad, and Bellow is going to be there to help you catch up. No, he's not dead, but I love referring to people as the late great, whatever they are. Just because, yeah, they touched the salt. They went on Reddit. So make a 99 of Gruul shit that does not fight super well, and use Bellow as a counterweight commander to help them fight good. So Twitch chat, we have to do a manual ad break because the mid-roll demons came back in the middle of that deck roast. So we're going to do a manual ad break, and then we're going to have Wall Snuggler, who I believe we saw you, but please sound off again. Oh, read Smoke real quick. This fucks us because during our untap step, all of our things are creatures. So we do not get to duck this. We do not get to duck this effect with Bellow because when we go to our untap step to untap our enchantments, they're already creatures because Bellow's on the field, making them creatures as soon as it's our turn. If Bellow animated them during main phase 1 or something, it would be different. But this just says nobody plays Magic. This is not good. This is not good stacks. This is stacks that fucks us up because we want to be beating people to death with creatures. Why won't you text me back, Dirt Muncher? Probably because of how you smell. Or because the spark's just not there. I'm sure you smell good, my friend. I'm sorry. I've gone through that. There's not a good... Listen, I'm presuming this is a jokester question, but if this is a real question, sometimes people just don't rock with you, and it is always, always better to just drop them and move on. Always. I've gone through it many times. There's many relationships, both romantically and otherwise, where I kept watering a plant that had been dead for a long time, and it was just never worth it, and things always got better by refusing to hold on to whatever I thought was there. That's gone for romance, that's gone for friendship, that's gone for business stuff. Oh, Rant Redeem, benefits of unionizing your workplace. I will answer that after the manual ad break. Because I also have to use the potty. Janitor, thank you. Have a good day, my friend. Okay, we're back. We're the air? You can't buy my air. Nobody gets the fucking air, all right? Oh, we don't even have... Hold on, my background music isn't on. Oh, no. There we go. Background music is now on extremely gently. Do you need my address for the easel? Joke's on fucking you. Not my easel. Can't sell it. Z's easel. Get shit on. Oh, right. The bennies of unionizing. I mean, I think the... Let's get very serious about this really quickly. Because it would be very easy for me to do the normal terminally online thing of, corporations bad, fuck them, do whatever you can to make their days worse. And that is true, and you should. The benefit of unionizing is when you remove all the emotions from it and you remove moralizing from it, under American capitalism very much, but under global capitalism, business practices, the corporation is motivated to extract as much value as they can. If they do not get resistance when they attempt to extract more value from you as a worker or from the consumers of the product, they're going to keep pushing it. And as individuals, none of us can stand up to the weight of the entire corporation unless you got particularly explosive superpowers. It sounds stupid, but we really are living in a bug's life. You need to be able to leverage a large population that is relevant at the macro scale if you want to enact change. We can see this in economics. You can see this in politics. You even see it in like middle school assembly level shit. You have to be able to leverage more than just the opinion of one person if you want to enact any type of policy change. It doesn't matter how good your argument is. It doesn't matter how right you are. You have to be able to glom together into this like big Katamari Damacy ball of decision making, and unionizing is how you do that. There's plenty of times where unions can be twisted because unions at the end of the day are not a inherently good or bad thing. Unions are just, we're going to glom together to have more decision-making power. And if the person that ends up at the head of your union sucks, then the union's gonna suck. You could end up like police unions. But as other people are, you know what, like, here's a story my mom told me once. My mom was a big rule follower for a lot of her life. She was both morally upstanding and didn't want to break a lot of rules in the world. And one day she did a 24-hour, not NASCAR, but in like race cars, a like rally race. And she came out of that race, and the first thing she told me was, John, it's all made up. None of it matters. And she was talking about the lines that they paint on the road in traffic, because they had those painted on the racetrack, and in the race they didn't matter. And in real life, the rules really are there as a suggestion. There is a consequence associated with breaking any of those rules. For rich people, of which you may consider the corporation pretty fucking rich, that consequence may or may not be relevant. What a union allows you to do is create consequences that actually matter, and to be on the enforcement side of, we're going to do whatever we can get away with rather than whatever is written on the piece of paper. If you're in a union, either you get to push back in an unfair way, as your corporation has been pushing you, or you get to decide what is written on the piece of paper and what consequences associated with the corporation pushing too far. I agree with what Kush is saying. Been in a union for over a decade. If you're a number when you clock in, you might need it. If you personally know your boss's boss's boss, you probably don't need it. I would broadly, as having not having worked in a place where I needed a union, I agree with that. Yeah. Everybody quote Brendan Lee Mulligan real quick. Everybody fucking quote Brendan Lee Mulligan. Captain Rum, thank you for the Twitch follow and the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks, my friend. So yeah, everybody should have at least mentally investigated whether it would be worth unionizing. I'm not going to say every business in the entire world needs to work through a union, but you should have at least thought about, hey, should I be part of a union? All right, Elk, what's your personal question? Of course. Of course. Of course. Oh yeah, if your company has ever given you a single piece of information about why unions are bad for you, you need a union. That is the flat rule I will apply. If your company, if whoever you work for has ever given you a pamphlet, a little bit of side eye, a errant remark about how unions are bad, you need a union yesterday. There are downsides to collective bargaining. I am worth more than some of my coworkers, but I legally can't argue for a raise. That is one of the few good points against unions, is if you bargain collectively, it can, I don't want to say punish because punish is too strong of a word, but if you are an overachiever and you would otherwise be able to leverage your status as an overachiever for individual good treatment, you will lose that. Does your cool racing mom call you Maldy too? No, my mom only calls me by John, my government name. I'm so sorry, God. I mean, I've always gone by nicknames my whole life because John is a relatively, boring milquetoast name. You're named Fletcher? Yeah, that's a twink-ass name. Does your dad try and call you by the other name? No, he's been dead 20 years. It's actually a sore spot, Will. That's actually... Okay, story time. Hold on. Story time. This is going to be... Pay no attention to how fucked up and bad the story time screen is. It's not a sore point at all. It's not a sore point at all. My dad... kind of sucked. Abusive alcoholic, was not the greatest, but got me some very, very funny bits, and one of these funny bits I will reenact for you now. When I was but a boy on the University of Washington rowing team, we had our first race of the spring season. This was a really big deal for us. You may not follow rowing. University of Washington, very prestigious college for rowing specifically. We're quite good at it. This was the first race where our family was going to get to come see us race in the school's colors. It was a really big deal. I was racing in maybe the first boat for freshmen, first or second, I can't remember at this point. Regardless, we were all super excited. Family was super excited to see us. I was in the locker room after the race with my friend Kyle. We were getting dressed to get our medals and go see our family. And Kyle goes, "Hey, is your family here?" And I go, "Oh yeah, I saw my mom up on the balcony when we were putting the boat away. I'm going to go say hi." And he goes, "Where's your dad?" And I go, "Oh, he's dead." Because I'm very autistic, so I just deadpanned, "Oh, he's dead. He's been dead for a while." At that exact moment, behind me, there was a senior who had been squirting a Gatorade into his mouth. We had those like Gatorade squeezy bottles. He was squirting water into his mouth. Did a spit took across the entire locker room right behind us. We turn. He looks at us. And because the seniors can't look soft in front of the freshmen, he goes, "That wasn't about you," and runs out of the fucking room. Straight out of the room. He just fucking dashes. Now, my friend Kyle just goes, "Oh," and then we leave. So I have gotten some great fucking bits out of my father being dead. I've gotten some tremendous bits. Andrew, I was mostly stroke seat. HSV, yes, I am a husky. Does mauled wife call you Maldy, or do they lose you in crowds all the time? No, Seagull, I'm 6'4", so they never lose me in a crowd. I mean, we definitely do my name to Z is baby, not or my love. But I don't think they ever call me mauled. They call me mauled if we're in like a Discord call together. But when we're alone, you know, I am baby. Yeah, I'm much more likely to lose Z than the other way around. There's plenty of times where that happens and people are like, "Where's Z?" And I'm like, they'll be back. Oh, we got a smasher pass from Sky Dude, and I think another one from Hernalius. Yeah, we have 2. Nope. Nope. Hard no. Also no. I'm picturing Mauld's face on Kirby now. I have a horrible truth I must speak. My name isn't Doug. We ban liars in this Twitch. I'm sorry I exposed you guys to that. I'm sorry I exposed you guys. Oh, you know what? You know what's gonna make this bit funnier? You're back, Doug. You know what's gonna make this bit way funnier is I need a graphic that plays on screen when I ban somebody. Because then we can use it for YouTube videos instead of it just being an in-joke for chat. Aren't all humans just fabrication foundries? Turtle Stew, you're right, but you shouldn't say it. Do you want people purposely trying to get banned? LOL. I mean, I think the Among Us eject screen, I think what I'll probably do is if you say something that's actually out of pocket, I will time you out for I'll just time you out for like 24 hours and remove your messages and then ban you off stream. Like, I think that's how we can navigate it so that we don't incentivize people to want to get banned, is we do funny bannings with on-screen Among Us ejection, as somebody suggested. And then if you say fucked up stuff, we just time you out and then ban you when people can't see the funny screen. Fabrications got fertility goddess proportions. You're right. Oh, where's my second smasher pass? All right, land. Ooh. All right. We got a little bit of a situation. We got a situation here. We got a situation. I mean, this has to be yes. He's already mid-smash. Already mid-smash, incredibly muscular. Too much hair for my taste, but I can deal with it. I can deal with it for a little bit. Gruul shamans believe all sentient beings have the soul of savagery inside them, an animal form clawing to escape. Wait, are all Gruul cards canonically a furry? Is every Gruul creature, do they canonically have a fursona inside them? Get the Gruul Stacks guy back in here. Get Janitor back in here. He needs to know. He needs to know that he's very technically a furry now. Yeah, this shit is crazy. When was this printed? 1990? Gate crash? That looks like 1990. Okay. We're going to get to Wall Snuggler's deck, which is spooky. It says, let's cast other people's soul rings for fun and profit. The deck aims to play other people's rocks and power out haymakers. Earlier thought of lands, the better. Limited number of combo pieces, mostly involving omniscience or bouncing our own spells to finish off the game. Okay. Okay. Thada Adel, Lord of the Soul Rings. 10 out of 10 on the name. Same primer. So, 3 mana Island Walk. Whenever we deal combat damage, search that player's library for an artifact card and exile it until end of turn. We may play it. Oh. I'm gonna buy you a fucking trophy, dude. This is fucking amazing. This is the only deck I will ever allow to resolve a soul ring in my face. So we're hitting to steal soul rings, which is the most real and based thing you could do in a game of Magic the Gathering. We have 40 lands, presumably because this shit gets shot on sight by anyone who has played against it before. Combo pieces. So we can bounce something if we cast something with mana value 6 or greater. Coveted Jewel, Hullbreaker Horror, and Elixir of Immortality. I'm not sure if we know what a combo is, but these are expensive things. Can you smell what these are cooking? Holy fuck. And extra turns. Oh, there's the... Alright. You're evil. This seems very much like the villain who kills other villains. Because this looks horribly fucked up. I'm still inclined to let you cook because I hate Soul Ring so much. Okay, incredible amount of card draw. We have multiple ticklers. We have a fish. Fuck it. Fuck it. Allowed. Yeah, you're Dexter Morgan. Do what you need to do. I never want to be in a room with you, but I'm never calling the police. Fulfillment of moral obligations. I am morally obligated to fuck up the vibes of the function by playing Eldrazi. Why buy the cow when you can get the interdimensional horrors for free? Alright, so we have a lot of free playing. You definitely don't know what a combo is. Or this is like me when the combo is just a couple good cards that are next to each other in a lineup. I kind of believe in this deck. I kind of believe in it a little bit. I think this curve better be fucked up. Yeah. This is the curve. This is the curve of a deck that believes it will get 3 soul rings. Fucking amazing. So I'm going to upgrade this from spooky to bad scary, which, even though bad's in the name, I don't think that's a bad thing. This looks like somebody who had a Joker moment against a bunch of CEDH players and broke bad. They're playing whack-a-mole with the curve, and they fucking deserve it. And they fucking deserve it. Hey, free message to everybody. I hate on curves a lot. If your game plan is I play 4 soul rings, you get to have this curve. Okay, so we land. I mean, fuck it. Chrome Mox for Kozilek's Unsealing. Fuck these Eldrazi. Play Mystic Remora. Draw 1 card. Because I'm nice like that. Thada Adele. We sack this dumbass. I steal a Soul Ring. So these are our pilfered Soul Rings. These are our pilfered Soul Rings. We've spent 1 mana to get the Soul Ring. We have Rhystic Study. Go fuck yourself. Or actually, we probably Basalt Monolith. So we did 1 for Soul Ring. I don't think we can Basalt. Or not in an efficient way, we can't Basalt. So then I'll say we draw 3 extra cards because everyone at our table is a fucking idiot. So we have 7 mana available. Sorry, not 7 mana. We hit somebody else and take their fucking Soul Ring. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we have 8 mana available. We wait till someone else's end step and drop fucking Hullbreaker Horror. Yeah, this is so normal of us. And you're selectively punishing the blue players, which blue players that own Soul Ring deserve bad things to happen to them. So this deck presses on everything I don't like about high power Magic the Gathering decks. It's Eldrazi, the curve is all over the place. It is a bad roller coaster. It's not a Disneyland roller coaster curve. This deck's mana curve is like a roller coaster park built in some hillbilly's backyard made out of fucking moonshine and fireworks. But you get it because you get a guaranteed fucking Soul Ring drop. Slug, they said in the primer that it was safe to assume that you were going to get 1 Soul Ring per playtest. We mana drain some dumbass? No, we wouldn't mana drain. But we'll Everflowing Chalice. Steal a Soul Ring. So we're up to 6 mana. Basalt Monolith? Then we hold up Mana Drain? Get shit on? Akroma's Memorial seems bad. Hernalius, you just don't understand the vision. I think Akroma's Memorial is not great at where we currently are in the playtest. Have you considered that it's turn 5 and I'm now taking 2 extra turns? Have you considered that? And then I'm going to Mystic Confluence. I think Akroma's Memorial is fine after we get a bunch of Eldrazi out. Mr. Leet-tastic, thank you for the Prime sub for the 2nd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Finally, a useful Prime sub. Feels good, man. Thank you. Will, I'm immediately with it. So let's dispense with this deck being spooky. This is scary. It is meant to be hateful and awful. And I love that because I love a deck that is focused totally around punishing Soul Ring players. I am immediately with Will's suggestion that if we're going to be mean, we should be mean. And we should play Harbinger of the Seas, more merfolks, non-basic lands or islands. That way we guarantee that we're a little thieving son of a bitch. I am kind of perplexed by all of these shittier mana rocks. I mean, I guess not Gilded Lotus. Like, Gilded Lotus, Dreamstone Hedron, these make sense because it's like, hey, we are jumping the line in terms of what we want to spend mana on because we're going to have stolen this Soul Ring. Glork Schnack eater of children, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. It's going good, my friend. I appreciate your contribution to the dog pile. I don't know. This seems very like bracket 4 to me in terms of WotC's existing bracket, which is CEDH but with pet cards. This, I would be lying if I said that this did not satisfy a very, very like visceral, cathartic beating instinct in my heart for, yeah, I'm playing a mono blue artifact combo deck. What's the combo? Kozilek's Fist in your mouth. Over and over and over. But I think, like, Jeweled Amulet. Jeweled Amulet seems so weird. Like, we have a couple things that just are in here. Like, we have combo pieces with Omniscience. We have Infinite Omniscience combo. We have 10 mana fuck you Eldrazi. And we have really bad artifact that is in here because it's what? I'd give that half a point out of 10 on the drippy scale. It's a 0 mana artifact. That's all it needs to be. It does enable turn 2 Thada. I don't think it does because you... Oh, if you play it turn 1, I guess. Yeah, okay, you can use it turn 1 to get a turn 2 Thada. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So we Remora, we draw at least one extra card. We give up the Remora because we want to play Thought Vessel. We get Thada. Or actually, we'd probably hold Thought Vessel back to get an extra card off Remora for one more turn cycle. Then turn 4, we get a Soul Ring. We trade up to this Soul Ring. We have 5 mana. We use it to ramp. We have 8 mana, at which point Conduit of Ruin, search for another Eldrazi, start going crazy. Nobody can allow Joe Johnson to learn of this deck. I hate how much I love this. I think it's definitely a little bit irresponsible. Like, it's, precisely because of what Hernalius talked about, it hasn't decided whether it actually wants to do combo or whether it just wants to, like, beat you to death with a bunch of kaijus. And this is probably the first instance where I'm feeling it. This is stupid. This is heinous. It can't decide what it wants to be. However, the 2 wolves that are inside of this deck both have that shit on. And I think a lot of it is carried by the fact that the premise of the deck is give me that stupid fucking Soul Ring. Give it to me, you little irresponsible dickhead. Gimme, gimme. Probably want to run Mystic Forge for both halves of this deck. Yeah, I would believe this for sure. We do not have a heaping amount of card draw until we have already accrued $10 million. And at that point, like, whatever. Yeah, we need the great pizza oven in the sky. You could do Tidespout Tyrant if you want more redundancy on the Hullbreaker stuff. You could definitely do that. What's Trickery Charm? Trickery Charm, this could be... I'm not going to say unplayable. pizza oven in the skies where Italians go to heaven. Yeah, you just get up to Italy in heaven, and it's just people running Aetherflux combos nonstop and going, Mamma Mia! Bwah! Yeah, Aqua's form is just better than a one-time unblockable cast. Whitebread, we don't give a fuck about Mycosynth Lattice. I think Mycosynth Lattice is... It also doesn't work because it doesn't turn cards into artifacts, which is what Thada Adele cares about. It turns permanents into artifacts. It just makes them colorless. Dungeon Masters, so this is playable except for the small point of every mode except the unblockability sucking raw ass. I see what people are saying about Vandal Blast Insurance. I think our Vandal Blast Insurance is probably just a counterspell in mono blue. Like, we would rather just be playing the fact that we have Expropriate and not Fierce Guardianship, that's actually crazy. We have 40 lands, we have Expropriate, we have the Tickler, we have a bunch of extra turn spells. We can't afford a Fierce fucking Guardianship. Like, we do need more, we do almost certainly need more counterspells. Which is like the weirdest part of blue to draw the line on in terms of being an absolute bastard. A 2-for-1 card that offers either Vandal Blast Insurance or a guaranteed Island Walk hit isn't a bad thing. DMC, I think this is a situation where I just think it's not good enough at either job to make up for the fact that it's doing double duty. Because we only get to save one artifact from Vandal Blast. And I'll be honest, on 40 lands and what this deck was drawing, I'm not that terrified. I'm not that terrified of a Vandal Blast. I don't think it stops the deck from playing Magic. I think if there is some type of... I'm not even afraid of Farewell in this deck. Because we're so good at hitting land drops, and if the board gets blown up, all that happens is we resolve Thada, and we start stealing Arcane Signets instead. Oh no! Wall Snuggler, if you are here, do not listen to Hernalius telling you to cut lands. I think one of the few things holding this absolute monstrosity together is that you are guaranteed your land drops. Do not listen to the haters and the doubters telling you to cut your lands. Displacer Kitten's probably a good shout just because you can like Artifact Storm. Just because you can Artifact Storm into untap, like flickering all your soul rings. Oh, you can only flicker. Ooh, you can't flicker your stolen soul rings. That is tough. The Fallopian Tube. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Go listen to the last 2 Command Zone podcasts and they'll brainwash you into running 72 lands easy. Listen, guys. As much as I want to hate on other content creators to drum up fake drama for views, I've been trying out playing more and more lands in my commander decks, and it has exclusively worked out. It has exclusively led to better games, making the decks feel smoother. The only caveat to that is it doesn't work if you forget to bring fucking card draw. If you forget to bring card draw, or if you forget to bring card selection, then it sucks. Because then if you flood, you do nothing the whole game. But if you have ways to draw, or if you have ways to draw and discard, or if you have ways to like do the Yugi Moto shit of look at the top 5, pick the one you want, now you're the protagonist. More lands has been better up to the like 37 to 40 land zone. If I hadn't gotten bored of the bad land-based bit in my decks, I'd immediately cut 5 decks. Sorry, 5 lands, you mean? I'd cut 5 decks from my next submission in response to this. But we do have some little things we can do. Shadow Walker raises the good point of even if we're on a lot of lands, we have no reason to not be on Sink into Stupor, because this just is a land. So something like a 40 land Simic pile requires more robust draw instead of higher ramp counts. I think the way to think of it is when you think about your mana, the mana you have to spend in a game of Commander, how much of your mana problems are solved by just hitting a land drop every turn. If you can solve your mana problems in your average game by just hitting a land drop every turn, you probably just need 40 lands in card draw. And you probably don't even need ramp. If you have a 5 mana commander that it's really important you get out before turn 5, then you need ramp. But if you're chilling, just hitting a land drop every turn, you can fucking give up on ramp and you can just go 40 lands, I'm going to draw a few cards, etc., etc. I wish to be normal. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. But since you're here, that wish will never be granted. Oh, I'm sorry, Rena. Harbinger of the Seas isn't in here, but it's my #1 recommendation. I do not know who you are playing this deck against, but I am confident that they fucking deserve it. Is a luge good? I think this is leaning too hard into getting unblockability. I think even if Thada Adele, if you're only playing against one blue player, I think that's enough. See, like here, just getting 3 land drops by turn 3 is going to be what allows us to play Magic the Gathering. And now we have 1 Soul Ring. We had Ottawa too. Never mind. Shut up. So now we have 5 mana available. We will probably like Ugin's Binding something in the interim turn. Now we have 6 mana available. Let's be really fucking irresponsible and introduce the coveted jewel. Hey, look at that. We hit our land drops. We have 4 mana. We'll pretend that we aren't lucky. We'll pretend that we aren't lucky this time. And maybe we have to Psych Rift something on the intervening turn. We'll say we didn't keep Coveted Jewel, because I'm not a fucking maniac. But it's like, it's turn 6. We have 8 mana. We can play the worst Tickler. Or we can play Gilded Lotus, and if nobody responds, then next turn we drop Omniscience, and then we win? Right? I hope. We fucking better. Which turn 7 is definitely on the slow end for a spooky game. Or, sorry, slow end for a scary game. It would be normal for spooky, which is why I call this like bad scary. I think the top end, I'm a big fan of what Covert Go Blue does on his Commander show, where he says you should open each deck with what is the worst possible thing, like what is the most fucked up thing my deck could do. And in terms of how fucked up this deck could get, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. It can get really bad really quickly. So I would call this scary, but irresponsible scary, because you are so lost in the sauce of crazy big assholes. $1 off coupons for yachts. That tag game is good. That is a good tag game. And I do like the uncounterability on Thrix. Undefined interdimensional horrors. Fucking amazing. Final assessment. You got to keep this deck really fucking far away from me. This is probably the best 4 I've ever seen. In terms of the wizard system, this is the best execution of we are not holding anything back. We are doing really, really powerful things. Those really, really powerful things are, in fact, a little bit stupid, but I do have a pretty decent chance of winning the game. Yeah, this deck is joining the war on cancer on the side of cancer. So Wall Snuggler, thank you very much for the submission. I might try playtesting this deck in one of my friend groups, because I have a friend group that definitely deserves it. Shimmer Dragon, Mycosynth Golem, Forensic Engineer are all based in cool. I don't think we're playing enough. We're not playing enough artifact creatures for that, though. This is like a big... He does have that shit on. I want to say. The art is hard. The art is hard. Most of our big assholes are not artifacts. They're just Eldrazi. I also don't see Forensic Gadgeteer because I don't think we care about clue tokens. All that. Like, Forensic Gadgeteer is what we would do for an actual spooky deck. For an actual spooky deck, we would do Forensic Gadgeteer. I think the same goes for Padim. If we get our opponents to use targeted removal on one of our stolen soul rings, we're already up. We do not need to go to the mat trying to protect our soul rings because they are pilfered goods. If I get if I get the green player to blow their Beast Within on their own soul ring, I'm happy. Thank you, baby. All right, so we need to hit another manual ad break, and then we're going to move on to Victorious Chuckles. Chuckles, are you in the Twitch chat? If you're not, we're calling for Alpha Dog. And I believe Chuckles and Alpha Dog are the two people we didn't see first. So after that, it'll be Jack, then it'll be Paul. So Chuckles, Alpha Dog, Jack, Paul, sound off in order. We're going to hit a manual ad break, and we'll be right back. Subs, let's talk whole with Big Boss Boomy's Random Smasher Pass. Snuggler, thank you for submitting. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry I wasn't meaner. I'm sorry I didn't tear it up more, but this is like a car crash. I can't look away. I am mesmerized by the absolute debauchery that's coming in here. I will say I'm going to show a CEDH player that you put Coveted Jewel in as a combo piece, and I think they're going to come to your house. Why does the Drink Water Redeem have a maximum amount per stream? Do you need to stop hydrating halfway through? No, it is to prevent people from spamming it because it doesn't cost that much. Okay, so we have Jack. Yeah, Tosha bro, you understand perfectly why we don't need protection. If I get you to waste your removal on something I took out of your pocket, I don't care about protecting it anymore. You cannot hurt me in any way that matters, Bakugo. That probably should have been Deku. All right, so Jack and Paul, you're here. Do not see Chuckles or Alpha Dog. Oh, although Alpha Dog wants us to do it Alpha Dog wants us to do it because they're not gonna be here live, so we can just do them and then email them after the fact. All right, we have 90 seconds waiting on this ad break still. I had to step away for a minute. I just sliced the fuck out of my finger on a mandolin. It's lit. That sounds like the opposite. We still doing Feb makeups? No, this is not makeups. This is February had so much travel and so many conventions that we had to schedule February roasts out through this Wednesday. Oh, and then we have another random Smasher Pass from Boomy. Hell yes. Vampire Nighthawk? Hell yes. Immediately. I've been reading the Dresden Files. I choose to imagine this as one of Harry Dresden's sexy vampires, of which there are many. That is what I choose for myself. Is that it is one of Jim Butcher's outrageously sexualized vampires. There are like 3. I feel like that's a lie. Even like there are 3 courts, but the black and the red are not sexy, and you only meet like 3 white vampires. So that you are a liar. The red court is 100% sexy until the bat form comes out, which is like, we've all worn makeup, dude. Like if I shaved this beard, right? Some opinions would change. That doesn't mean I'm not sexy right now. Like most of the Red Court vampires. Oh wait, you aren't far enough to know how not sexy the Reds are. I mean, maybe I'll learn something that will be like, oh, they physically cannot copulate, but for the most part, every single description of a red vampire has been like, damn, they got that shit on. And also, they're a bat. And the Black Court, even the Black Court is like, they're sexy, they're just a little desiccated. The Black Court's just ashy. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I can get some lotion. I can give them a nice massage. It'll be fine. Their arm might break off. Oh my god, we're throwing around words like necrophiliac. They are moving around and sapient. Come on. Necrophilia is clearly about consent and smell, and we can deal with both of those. Terraphon, thank you for the 500-bit cheer, my friend. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Here's bits for good taste in books. Dresden Files is among one of my favorite series, especially as a light, fun read between bigger, epic fantasies. That's exactly how I've been treating it, Terraphon. I like it quite a lot. I'm on Deadbeat right now. Another Smasher Pass! Another! Elvis, going forward, the way to submit decks is going to be a commission through Ko-Fi. They have already sold out for this month, but we may be doing another second round later in the month. You know what? We will probably do that. We'll do another round of roasting later in the month to check the price change. Nope. Hard no. This dude looks creepy, and he's taller than me, so he might try to be the top, and I'm not with that. Black Court are literally rotting. They are angry zombies. Stop, dude. Stop. Okay, Jack. Let's jack it with Jack's deck. Silly. The goal of the deck is to play terrible creatures with modular, sacrifice them to buff other terrible creatures with modular, and eventually use the commander to throw them at our opponent's faces. It gasses out from low card draw, but recurs artifacts to keep up on resources. A fun deck that's not intended to be super consistent, but to do something big every once in a while. Anyone want a robot? So we're taking, yes, we're taking Fezzik, and we are lifelink flinging modular robots that we have stacked up. So this deck is just every 5-year-old having a meltdown when you tell them to put their Legos away. That's the energy we're going with. I can get behind that energy. I can work with that energy. Okay, we have some backups in case they deal with our commander. We have way too little removal. We have far too little removal for how many problems we're going to have to deal with, or like how long we're going to have to stay alive. Okay, so we have a lot of artifacts. 7 pieces of card draw, 1 of them good. I mean, 4 Nox isn't the worst. Lashiel's good with what our deck's doing. Thopter Shop is kind of clever for what we want to be doing. Tawashi Guidebot, wow, you are laser focused on the terrible part, huh? You are just right fucking in on the terrible part. Extra robots. Feldon of the Third Path is really good here. Mirrorworks is good. Okay. These are good. Robot recycling. We're bringing everything back all at once. So let's look at this curve. Ooh, we have a lot of steroids. Doubling on an MDFC is good. I'll let you have this only because it's a land. Okay. If modular is a leaving the battlefield ability, I will give you the creepy old man. This is, okay, not creepy old man. Kindly grandpa helps the very angry child play with Legos. Sack outlet and put 1/1 counters on. Ozolith to keep our counters. Sack outlet. Damage doubler, okay. Gandalf, big naturals for this deck. Ellie, go outside. Go outside. And then we've got a sweeper, damning verdict. Okay, I like that you have one-sided things. Then we have a decent amount of ramp, and we have enough lands that we probably hit all the land drops we need. I think responsible enough curve for having a high land base, but let's play test it. I think what we almost certainly need is more things like 4 Nox almost. Or is there another way to... Or, quite frankly, how dedicated do we need to be to terrible? Because I see that we've already gone into... Okay, we have the one I was thinking of, Steel Overseer. Because artifact creatures, Skynet gets big and tears you limb from limb is a well-studied strategy. So we can look into more steroids. This deck seeks to answer the question, what if Brion could somehow be more vulnerable to removal? That's not true. They have backups. I do think, if I'm going to pull out the immediate stop, is your deck is bad. What if you went on a game show? This is the #1 card I recommend that you proxy if you are playing a deck that tends to gas out on card draw. Particularly in tables, like in power levels that tend to gas out in general, because this allows you to just go, okay, hey, listen, we all kind of fucked up. Free mid-game mulligan. Everyone get back to the action. Now, the more fair or the less expensive things that you could do that are going to achieve similar benefits for you is you could do like Wild Wasteland. This is Red's version of Phyrexian Arena, which is to say it is a bad version of Phyrexian Arena. So this is going to give you 2 cards a turn. All of your modular cards are pretty cheap. And so I think if you play this turn 3, by turn 4, you'll be able to resolve whatever modular creature you exile off the top. You could get unlucky and exile 2 at once, but I think that's unlikely. Count on luck. I do not think count on luck is better because of the pip requirement. Even though it's 2 color, we can probably get the pips, but let's see in playtesting. Count on luck may be something we bring on top of this. It is not something I would bring instead of this. We may just bring both. So we're going to pretend this is like an OG duel. So he plays second land. We have nothing to resolve. We play third land. God, this one, we hate playing this one first because we want to have other artifact creatures on the board before we do this. Ooh. So we have a backup card. We have a removal piece. We don't really have ramp. And so the lack of ramp, I feel like there's a Pia Nalar that does something here. Oh no, this is if we're doing a lot of impulse draw. I think we have to go with, so normally a thing I recommend a lot is like Thrill of Possibilities. I'm going to say that you should not be playing cards like this, but we should accept that your cards are bad. It's okay if we shoot them into space. And I think a lot of your low mana card draw should be like Ren's Resolve type shit. I think that if you're prone to gassing out, you want a lot of really low to the ground exile draw. Helios and Hakuho, the one exception is going to be Demand Answers, because that will allow you to sacrifice the modular creature. That said, 17 is so low that it's like we're going to see 1 a game, but unless we really, really improve the card draw, we're probably not going to see that many a game. I'm also going to say something a little bit crazy. Thank you, baby. I don't think it would be ridiculous if you started playing with balls. I think it would be downright normal of you to begin playing with balls if you went a little bit more into this like recycling. Because what I'm thinking of is this deck probably is not relevant until we have 4 or 5 modular creatures in play. What are the ways we can get 4 to 5 modular creatures? How do we get more Legos in your hand? Because right now, the big baby is throwing a tantrum with 1 Lego piece. We need my man to have a lot of Lego pieces to chuck at their caretaker. And so the way we can do that is we can put them into your second hand, which is your graveyard, or we do a lot of the like Wild Wasteland, Count on Luck, Ren's Resolve, and we just try to do like the land drop, get the 1 relevant card. All the other cards suck, so it's okay if they stay in exile forever. Yeah, Dusk and Dawn, baby. Dusk and Dawn. Holy shit. Aftermath card relevant. Aftermath card is now officially fucking relevant. So I think Dawn is definitely more relevant than Dusk is. But this is a great recycling card. If you go mill, if you go wheels, could really do something. As you are yourself mentioning, Jolly Balloon Man is the better commander for the deck. But that's because Jolly Balloon Man is really fucking good and Fezzik is really fucking okay. I do think this curve desires to dance a little bit. you don't really have any massive hits other than whatever the fuck this is. Organic extinction. So if we just pretend, hey, I danced with Calamity, what do we get? Land, 1, 4, 6, 7, 10, 12. So we stop at 12 because we're adults. We get a support enchantment, land tax, give things indestructible and +1/+1 counters, 2 pieces of interaction, and we ramp. That's good. I think big funny card worth including is Dance with Calamity, as this deck attempts to cobble together something approximating a game plan. Now, the one thing I'm going to push back on your own mentality, I'm going to try to save your own happiness, is when people build low power decks, even when they're not intending for the deck to be super consistent, to the detriment of their own happiness, people often just rip all of the structure and scaffolding away from the consistency of their deck, and they allow their decks to be a slot machine that occasionally spills diarrhea onto them. And I think that's what this deck currently is. And my vision, and the way that I typically attempt to help people have more fun, is I really want to bring up the floor. I don't necessarily want this deck to be like, every game you're going to combo off and get a 30/30 artifact creature that you huck at somebody's head to win. But I want to be like, hey brother, what if you had 2 extra cards to work with every upkeep? That's my dream for you. I want this deck to be trash, but I want you to be picking it up like a raccoon instead of picking it up like an autistic child with texture issues, which is me, by the way. We're now pressing on my own trauma. We're not putting the piss laser in. Bad boy. That's the ceiling. That's working on the ceiling. We want to work on the foundation. And I think the foundation is the stuff like Wild Wasteland, things like Count on Luck. There's that one room card. Charred Foyer, Warped Space. We could do this. This one is pretty slow. We're pretty low on ramp, and so we wouldn't be playing this until pretty late in the game. But if you're super hard up for card advantage, we can drop this one as well. Nightsea, we're not going to do the rant right now because we're already kind of behind schedule on this stream. But I will redeem that tomorrow, my friend. So this is another example of Exile Draw Engine. I'm not looking for Painter Studio. I was looking for that card. I'd skip the room. I have it in Prosper, and even in that deck, if I see it early, it makes me sad. Okay, that's good to know. You could do Brea's Apprentice. I feel like this might fall flat because we don't have enough. 33 artifacts is like, we can probably do it, but we may not have totally enough. But this would be a good, potentially a good one. We don't want Chandra because we need the card to be red to exile it. We could do Diversion Specialist, but this is for sure a fucking uncommon. For sure that is an uncommon. I don't think we care about Ensnared by the Mara. God, you could bring back Experimental Synthesizer. If you want to make your playgroup feel the fucking pain of Pauper decks from 2 years ago. Well of Lost Dreams. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gain. Hell yeah, play this. Hell yeah. No, not too reliant on the commander. This is ridiculous and bad and is exactly on theme with the rest of what we're doing. That is god-awful. A mana dump for after I've already assembled my Lego Death Star? Hell yes, that is silly. I think this is... I think what you need to understand is you can put this in if you put in all of the other engines I'm suggesting. And we probably have to cut a little bit from the steroids. We probably have to cut from like Uncivil Unrest or something. Or like Filigree Vector. Because if we can, because this is, if everything has gone well, I am now allowed to refill my hand. If I've spent all the cards in my hand to get Fezzik to go off one time, Well of Lost Dreams says I can tap out to get a new hand. Which is fine if you're in a low interaction table and you're not trying to play particularly powerfully. I think this interaction will spark joy. Mentor of the Meek does not work before modular, Hakuho. Now hear me out. What if we played one good card? We've talked about all the bad cards. What if we played one singular good card? I don't know how often you're swinging these modular boys before you fling them, but if it's at all, it's going to stack up more counters for us. It's going to do the exile draw for us. Like, this is just straight up playable, which I realize might be scary for you. But in terms of just one fucking good card that we would like to play, Inti is probably the one good card that you should include because it's going to give you an almost engine. It's going to give you a way to put counters on. It's going to give you a way to get combat damage through. I think you like that in every version of the deck. We do not do March of Reckless Joy. You do not have the facilities for that. Cyborg, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend, for the 6th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. We don't have the colors for Mikaeus Catane. We could even do Valakut Exploration, because this just goes into our graveyard, and we are on 37 lands. If we're on 37 lands, and we do all of these other impulse draw things... Oh, the white Mikaeus. Oh, white Mikaeus could do it. Yeah, white Mikaeus wouldn't be bad. This guy's okay. I think for white Mikaeus, we have to return to this after you see how the edits go with the exile engines. Because right now, I think this deck dreams about Legos. I don't think this deck actually gets to play with Legos all that much. Like right here, opening hand, 1 Lego. So we fix land. We play Mer Retriever. We play Lochiel. We don't have our 4th land drop. So maybe we wind that shit back and we cheat at Magic. And we play Mer Retriever on turn 4 to draw a card from Lochiel to get the Power Depot tapped like smart people. Turn 5, we play Arcbound Hybrid. Holy shit, this card's bad. And that's it. Dead to Goblins. Bag it up. We play Arcbound Hybrid, which gets us another draw, which we fucking tap out for. and then we can path or sword something problematic. And then the next turn, we can drop this, which will draw us a card. Modular 2. Now we can prevent combat damage, so we have like immortal chump blockers, which really isn't that bad. Market back walker feels right to me. Rukak, we did get Ozolith already. Yeah, this is probably a playable artifact creature. Playable artifact creature that gives us some card draw. You ever look at a card that's absolute You ever look at a card that's absolute shit and think to yourself, this is some sorry soul's favorite card? No. I can't say I've experienced that ever. I can't say that any decks I've looked at in the last 10 minutes have ever made me think, wow, I can't believe this unforgivable piece of shit card is the only thing holding together this deck's dreams. I've never felt that emotion. Not one time. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Is Kami of Celebration or Dawn of Hope in the deck? Thank you for that contribution to the dog pile. I don't think Dawn of Hope is in the deck. Don't play it, though. Don't play that one. I like this one. Oh, here's another. So this is like if Inti was bad. This is if Inti was bad and took a lot of setup, but it's going to give us a way to do some exile draw. It's going to give us more ways to put 1/1 counters on things we control, but you do need to rework a lot of the card draw section into being the like exile draw engines. Like cut a deal 1/1 Wild Wastelands. Demand Answers is fine. Esper Sentinel's fine. 4 Nox 1/1 do Count on Luck. Lashiel's fine. Thopter Shop is fine. Tawashi Guidebot, just punch yourself in the face for an equivalent feeling. Inti, right, could replace this. And then you want 1 or 2 more of the ones we suggested. And then what I think you have is a deck that, like, it's not going to feel crazy powerful, but what's going to happen is you're going to go from like, oh, sometimes I get to do something really, really funny, and the rest of the time I am fighting myself to try to play Magic, and you're going to get to go, oh, I always get to do something, and sometimes that something gets to be fucking hilarious. That is like perfect world for Silly, is the deck always exists, and then sometimes you get to have this like funny Christmas land pop-off. And that is okay, right? You don't need to be responsible. We are playing the SpongeBob X Avatar X Dragons That Kill You card game. You do not need to be a responsible tax-paying adult in every single game of Magic the Gathering. But I think what will feel so good is if your deck always gets to play Magic the Gathering. Whereas right now we have sometimes I play Magic the Gathering and sometimes I doom scroll on my phone while the Goblin player kills me. Visions of Phyrexia. I think it's probably 1 mana too expensive, but it is not impossible. I think the issue is it begins to compete with all of our other exile draw engines. Like if we ever have 2 out, it's probably playable, but having a lot of these at 3 and 4 mana feels really bad. We start taking a really long time to participate in the game, even at Silly. Like the green player has left us behind a long time ago. So I think 3 is probably the ceiling of mana we can do for that, unless it's also putting +1/+1 counters on. I don't think this is good for us because modular really wants them to be counters rather than just power and toughness increases. So I'll give this one more playtest. All right, we have some lands. We have a Lego. I'm going to let that rock. We have 2 Legos. We do literally nothing for the first 3 turns, but I have stuck a Lego. So if we cast 2 spells a turn, we get to trigger Arcbound Tracker. That's probably really likely. Oh no, we didn't get there this turn. Somehow, we've failed to trigger Arcbound Tracker for another turn. And see, now we have all these, like, we have these backups to a game plan that has never come together in the first place, because the best thing, or the most aggressive thing we could do is I play Fezzik, and Fezzik has haste because I'm cheating at Magic because I feel bad for you. We fling a 2/2. Oh, we'd have an extra land too because of Solemn. And so I think if any of these were an exile draw engine, we would at least feel better about how much agency we had, because we would feel like there were still things we could do to play the game, because it does not feel like enough to get Fezzik and modular creatures out. I think we have to have Fezzik, we have to have a modular creature, we have to have steroids, and then we begin to play Magic the Gathering, and for that we need to be really, really big on card advantage and just getting through the deck. And if half the deck ends up in exile, who cares? That's like 80 cents we're missing out on. So right now I'm going to say aspirational soap opera is where I think this currently ends up, because you're not just trying to do fling. You're trying to very specifically do the story of Fezzik plays with Legos, gets angry, chucks them at someone. I won't even say redundancy, Jack. I think it's redundancy in the wrong places. Like the deck is kind of falling victim to, it's not really survivorship bias specifically, but the graph of where you are building redundancy for is very much places that you don't need redundancy. You're building around redundancy for your commander, when if you played this shit against me, I'm not killing your commander because I haven't even perceived you as a threat. Like, you are, even at a silly table, this deck seems like the coughing baby. So until people are treating it like a hydrogen bomb, we're putting redundancy in places where the redundancy can't actually kick in, and where we need redundancy is in the card draw section, because we have to do like A plus B plus C plus D. This is not Legos right now. This is an IKEA deck. It takes too long. It makes you angry. And if it ever happens, you feel a little bit of relief, and then you swear that you're never going to do it again. And we want the redundancy that we build into it to make it like Legos, where it's just like, all right, I got my first piece, I got my second piece, I'm going to put it on, got my third piece, I'm going to put it on, got my fourth piece, put it on, and then, huh! So I would try a version where you run all of those advantage engines, and you'll honestly probably need to keep editing it from there, but that will at least be a place to start from. Oh, true. Guys, thank you, Katane. We've made Splinter Twin good. We have made Splinter Twin playable. Specifically in this terrible, terrible Fezzik creation. I do think you put that in. This is better than every other card in your deck. If I could convince you to put a second good card in the deck, it would be Splinter Twin. Finally, at long last, after suffering through decades and decades of being unplayable dog shit, we have found a situation where... No. We have not broken Splinter Twin. We have most assuredly not broken Splinter Twin. We have made Splinter Twin play play decent Magic the Gathering. No. Lux Artillery would work if this could actually put counters on shit, but it cannot. We're talking about like 5 counters total right now. Oh, just for Sunburst? Not at 4 mana. At 4 mana, we would want, I don't know, something more low to the ground and like reasonable, like Splinter Twin. Because at most we're getting 2 off of Sunburst. At most we're doing white and red. And at that point, we'd rather just have like Lae'zel on the field. Laelia would also be okay, but it is one of the more like highly generic things. I think Laelia runs the risk of watering down the gimmick because she's just too good by herself. All the other things we've suggested, even the good cards we've suggested, are good because they play into the overall game plan of what the deck wants to do. Laelia is just good because holy fuck, Laelia is good. Holy shit, man. Like, even Inti becomes good because we're putting Inti counters on modular creatures and using that to drive forward the dumb Lego plan. Laelia is just like, holy fuck, this card's strong. So the problem with Molten Echoes is the modular creatures are not one consistent creature type. Because I thought about that. We could do like Flame Shadow Conjuring. This would be a good copier. Because that doubles up on stuff for us. But Molten Echoes, you know, Artifact isn't a creature type. They're mostly constructs. Soldier, Cat, Assembly Worker, Beast, Golem. Okay, Cat again. Slith. Dog, Dragon. Mirror. There's a construct. Not even a modular though. Oh, this is a modular, yeah. Insect. Like they're so disparate. They're very, very disparate. They're errata'd. I mean, this one's errata'd to Golem. This one's errata'd to Horror. So there are a lot of golems, but they're not, like, it's still all over the place. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way we get away with tying this to a singular creature type. So Jack, thank you for the submission. We're going to hit a manual ad break and then do Paul's deck roast. So I will see you all in just a few minutes. Oh, James on YouTube. Yeah, Professional Facebreaker is okay, but I don't think this deck is getting combat damage through very much. Like, we're taking so long to set up any of our modular creatures. Captain Rex Nebula is probably better than Fezzik. I agree with you in the context of better at being terrible. But if we wanted just like a good commander for the deck, or a strong commander, we would pick Jolly Balloon Man. Because Jolly Balloon Man, making copies of these, we would do Jolly Balloon Man, and then we would just be like, as many copies as possible. We're going to be Alibaba, but from artifact creatures. We're going to print as many shitty ones as we can. Let them all explode. Who gives a shit? Deal with the fallout later. But I don't think that's the vision. How about Molten Duplication if we're still copying? I don't like this one specifically because none of our individual creatures are good enough to be worth burning a card on. Look at these creatures. Stare at them. Examine how bad they are. This is a 4 mana 2/2 with haste. This is a 4 mana 1/1 that can grow, but it's still a 4 mana 1/1. So one-off duplicators are not really worth it because we go down a card and we go down mana to get another 1/1. What we do like is permanence that will allow us to continually copy, because then we can actually get the benefit of like stacking all this up. Hey Mauld, when I asked you for suggestions for OG Obeka for artifact copying, you pulled up the wrong Obeka and said I was shooting my toes off with the theme, so can I ask again? For sure. Do you mean the Obeka that ends the turn? If you're saying OG, I'm assuming you mean Brute Chronologist. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate that suggestion to the dog pile. Or contribution to the dog pile. Yes, Brass's Tunnel Grinder. Honestly, I don't know. Every time I've put it in a deck because I thought the wheel effect was going to be good, it has been woefully underwhelming. Jack is Ozolithing, Turtle Stew. So I think Brass's Tunnel Grinder is my most good on paper, dead in playtest card, probably out of like every red card I've ever used. Every red card, every like wheel type card, it has been a consistent letdown that is like always coming up in an awkward mana spot or like awkward card spot. Okay, so for Obeka Brute Chronologist, for artifact copying, what you do with artifact copying in Obeka is unfortunately the same thing that you do with every other Obeka deck, which is you take every version of the effects like Molten Duplication that say sacrifice it at the end of the step, or sacrifice it at the end step, sacrifice it at the end of the turn, and you just play all of them. And hey, then you tap Obeka. And so I would take this syntax, or parts of this syntax, like create a copy of target artifact, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step, cram all of those in your deck, cram some ramp in the deck, and then pick whatever artifacts spark joy. Some people... This is just an artifact creature that's been on my mind recently because he got that shit on. You probably like don't super want this one because this is an artifact creature you want to die anyway. But whichever ones you think are funny, and then you put some of those in, and then you just copy them relentlessly. The formula is very, very well established. Shadow Walker is correct. Master Multiplied is an okay backup. But overall, you just do like Molten Duplication, Flame Shadow Conjuring. Oh, these are creatures though. But you use that Scryfall syntax and you look for anything that allows you to copy something and then sacrifice it on the low. And then you say, actually, what if I kept it? But what artifacts you should put in are probably up to you. If you wanted to be an absolute monster, you could do things like copying Portal to Phyrexia over and over. If your main goal in Magic the Gathering is achieve some prolonged, uncomfortable eye contact with everybody that you know personally, Portal to Phyrexia is great. Perfect option for the sweet, sweet sounds of silence as all of your friends decide to never come to game night with you again. There's other things that I'm trying to think of what would just be like utility to copy. If you want to be... My favorite hit for copying is Cybermen Squadron. Yeah, Cybermen Squadron is just, hey, I copy this once, now everything has double myriad, and now I just like shit value all over you. Chuckles, we've been holding your deck, so we haven't done it yet. We're going to do Paul, then we'll do you. We do have a minute left in the ad break, according to Twitch. Then we're going to do Paul. So I'm going to go run and use the bathroom so we can get straight into Paul's deck. Hubcaps, $15. I don't even own hubcaps, you stupid bitch. You stupid idiot. Hey, Maul, just wanted to say after fighting my second Lala Barina in Wilds, we need a statue of it. I don't care what the price is. If Capcom makes an official one, I'm buying it. I think it's pretty cute. I first saw the Lala. I thought that shit was cursed. I think it's a little adorable. If I saw one in real life that was small, I am stepping on it, but it is cute. Okay, let's get to Paul's deck. Oh, Paul, I need your deck list because in the submission form on my end, all I can see is a link to the Patreon, to the submission form itself rather than an actual deck link. So I'm going to check on Ko-Fi to see if that is a copy-paste error on my end. Yeah, so if you could copy paste the deck link for me real quick. There we go. Great. Meat Grinder. Win quickly, either by actually winning or be hated out of this and possibly several other universes. I am the arch enemy. The second I put this deck on the table, this is known. Embrace it, embrace the hate, let it flow through you. 39 lands, unfortunately reasonable. Oh, yep. Okay, Big Stinky. Where's the Infect? Okay. So we're on, what did we say? We said spooky, right? Sure. Allegedly. Super spreader. Yeah, where the hell is the infect? So we have a lot of Hurt So Good. You spin. The best thing about this deck is the tags, because this is the most every Nekusar deck ever list that I've seen. But oh, the You Spin Me Right Round. I love that song. 4 piece. God, we have all this shit for 4 pieces of draw. That's fine. Who cares? You have Nekusar. We have 9 rocks. We have 37 lands. Because fuck you, that's why. Oh, the discard and sack is going to be disgusting. So you're basically not even playing Magic. You pull up to the table and you put down a videotape, and when they put it into a VCR, it's the guy from Saw going, "There's a gas leak in this home. You have 5 turns until you all draw 10 cards that will make you shit yourself to death. I hope you enjoy." Okay, so we have one instance of infect. I don't think we have any others. I would come down on this deck hard for not having a lot of ways to play to its actual win condition. This does not seem like the deck made by somebody who wants to win. This seems like a deck made by somebody whose idea of fun is zero sum, and you are taking it from other people 1 point of damage at a time. You could have just played Mario Party. No, this is fine. Games have to end. This person just wants to end a game and I guess get to Mario Party. This deck is the Cold War gone wrong. It's mutually assured destruction. So we have Sulfur Falls, which will come in tapped. We'll play a Mana Rock because God loves you for some reason. We can't really afford to Jeska's Will right now because we need 3 colors. We hold up David Bowie. We slap David Bowie at some point. Antoine, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. Yeah, honestly, fuck this hand. Fuck this hand. Give me 6 new ones. Where are my land drops? Okay. Turn 5. Now we can play Nekusar. I disagree with chat. Everybody's talking about like, they just want to be on their phone. They want to get hated off the table. This is like, this is the dad who's telling you like, hey, maybe 2 a.m. is when you should stop looking at Overwatch porn, buddy. Because this doesn't look like a deck that can turbo out Nekusar, which I think is very important to understanding the play pattern of a Nekusar deck. It's turn 5. We've put down no blockers. We've had no pieces of interaction. So despite the fact that we have the normal EDHREX suspects of what we're going to do whenever anyone tries to be mean to us, we're not really drawing them early. So most of this is waiting till turn 5 or 6 and then being like, hey guys, I set the house on fire because I think this game's taking a really fucking long time. If anything, what I like the least about this deck is that you're allowing the elf players to get away with fucking murder. You're for sure a Smash Bros. Stage hazard. You are 110%. You have no agency. ChatGPT could play your deck with relative ease. But I don't actually think it's as mean as the primer makes it out to be. I think the meanest thing about this deck is for anybody that can't handle discarding to hand size. Because I don't even see a lot of forced discard. It looks like, outside of Dark Deal, it looks like we're triggering Waste Not just by giving people so many cards that they have to discard to hand size. And if that is what is torturing your table, like, they deserve hardship. Bro is the tickle monster. There's 10 wheels and like 15 burn triggers. I mean, if you're freaking out about a wheel, you're still in tickle monster territory. Anybody who's like, holy fucking shit, how dare you wheel me? I don't know, bro. Tell me you've never stepped on a Lego in your entire life. So we take 5 turns to get to this. All we do is stick Nekusar. And now they take 2 damage a turn. Turn 5, we have established a 20-turn clock because we have reservations at Olive Garden and Paul cares about being on time. Now things are going to begin getting a little fucked up. Yeah, so turn 7, we're allowed to do all of our setup. We make everybody discard all their cards. We'll say most people are drawing like 4 or 5 cards. So they take 5 damage. That's our big fucking hit is you take 5. We have 5 additional damage pings to deliver to whoever we want. And now we have glistening oil. So turn 8. Oh, it'd be 10 because Nekusar is dealing damage too. We probably put on Nekusar. 5-turn clock. Turn 8, we've used Infect to put down a 5-turn clock. When we go to Infect Players Anonymous, the Finn the Fangbearer players are openly making fun of us. I play Confessor and cackle maniacally against this deck. No, Ellie, I Force of Negation your Confessor. Okay, guys, turbo time. Turn 3 Nekusar. Deck's fucked up. We're going to hell. We're evil. So, with that, with like the most fucked up thing we can do, we'll play Jessica's Will. We'll say somebody has 7, because fuck it. And we exile 3. We use 5 mana to play Psychosis Crawler. We use 1 point of mana for the red in Tyranny. We have 1 mana floating. And we have 4 mana total. So we're not going to be able to Echo of Eons. But if we do Echo of Eons rather than Phyrexian Tyranny, we can Echo of Eons. So we do this, make people draw 7. We deal 14 damage to them. That's pretty fucked up. Between Psychosis Crawler and Nekusar's effect. Then the next turn, we can do Cataract Parasite. Nekusar, and then we draw cards on other people's turns. Then we can wheel again, and then we probably kill everybody. Okay, so that playtest is pretty scary. Now I'm getting a better image of this. I did think this deck was very Tickle Monstery. It's kind of Pennywise-y. It's kind of like movie Pennywise the Clowny. Because there are some playtests where this is the most abundantly fair shit that has ever happened. Like, there are some playtests where this doesn't even look like a Magic the Gathering deck. It looks like a server that's trying to gently remind you that the restaurant closed 45 minutes ago. Because we do land drop out to turn 5. We play our commander. Everybody draws some cards. And by turn 8, we have a 5-turn clock on the board. Who cares, man? Yeah, don't bring that to pre-cons, but, like, that's not very Stinkfinger Joey of you, which is what I expect Nekusar decks to do. This playtest is what I expect Nekusar decks to do. I think if I were to try and identify a culprit of that, we're probably missing at least a couple. We're either missing mana rocks or we're missing card draw before we have Nekusar. We are leaning crazy heavy on Nekusar being our primary card draw engine and Nekusar getting us to shit that is good versus trying to make sure that we get down Nekusar quickly and efficaciously. Now, maybe that can be solved by just mulliganing a lot. In my playtest, I don't do mulligans because I want to know what the deck is actually like and not what you hope the deck is like. These are okay too. If I might make a suggestion, there's one Rakdos guy who would be good for this. Oh, I think it's like Storm Fist or something. So we could also do this if you want to really focus on force draw. This would also be a 2-drop that will probably save your life in the slow games. The most worrisome part of the deck is how like Batman Two-Face it is. The thing that I like least is that you have totally normal upstanding citizen on the first playtest, and then you have fucked up evil monster on the second playtest. Variance is a good thing. Variance is a good thing that I like. And there is a world of difference between turn 5, I have applied 30 damage to every player, and turn 13, I may have killed you if you never interacted with me at any point. Valgavoth would be very, very strong. This would be a good way to bring some power back under your, or bring some agency back under your control, especially over like fucking, like I think Helm of the Ghast Lord only good if you've gotten to keep Nekusar. Valgavoth is Helm of the Ghast Lord, but doesn't rely on Nekusar being up. Check considering, because fuck you, that's why. I don't think Obeka is because fuck you, that's why. I think Obeka is in the other similar tag of because you'd like to fuck them, that's why. Notion Thief is... This would be heinous. I think if you want to build Notion Thief, you are fully in. It's just spiteful. And I think it kind of non-bows what you want to do. Like, your only way to win a game is to hope that the tuberculosis takes them. Like, that's a very important point. If you don't get multiple damage pingers and wheels, you are relying on the consumption. You are relying on the consumption to kill somebody. And so I would not be that confident that cutting those draws off is going to do that for you. Hurt So Good is okay. I think all of these fold to Valgavoth. I think Valgavoth is just flatly better than all of these. Wheel copying is kind of funny, but if you were going to do that, if you want to play Pyromancer's Goggles, the deck that plays Pyromancer's Goggles is a different deck than the ones that play extra turns. This is funny. It can win you games. It is so slow and telegraphed that it is much weaker than what you're doing with, like, okay, Dark Ritual, Jeska's Will, extra turn, go fuck yourself. I do not think those two game plans should coexist. I think they can. I think it's a bad experience for everyone involved. This is funny. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Toast. I appreciate that. I think Visions of Beyond and Ophidia and I are very extremely whatever. Waterlogged Teachings is probably fine, yeah. What does Karazakar do? Yeah, we're definitely attacking players. We're definitely attacking players. We would not play this and then have the entire table form a spontaneous D&D party to kill the beholder. Yeah, I do not think we play this. Right, they're just gonna attack. They're just gonna attack us. They're just gonna kill us. Yeah, the second paragraph says, "Hey, what if we all beat the shit out of Paul right now?" If we had cyborgian levels of mind control, and not cyborg like the Borg, like cyborg the Twitch chatter. If we had cyborgian levels of mind control, it would be fine. As if Nekusar doesn't do that already. I mean, no, it doesn't. Like we have to be for real about the spectrum of threat assessment. Nekusar makes everybody go, but it's not going to make everybody, or it's not going to make most players kill you on sight because they do want the cards. As soon as we begin stacking multiple effects, we're just auto fucked. I've never sat at a table where the Nekusar player wasn't target number one. My fault. My fault, Ellie. That's on me. Obligatory forced fruition. I think forced fruition is like the lower power version of this deck. Blood Chief Ascension also seems weird to me. Or I guess it's like, it's wheel. I think this is a thing of, this is good once you hit a wheel, and it's pretty dog shit outside of hitting a wheel, and I'm generally inclined to play more things like Valgavoth, where it's just good. Chat's backing me up. You had one person second you. But I think there's also a difference between like, I'm enemy number one and nobody is attacking anybody but me. I think there's a distinct difference there, that like at very casual tables, it's always going to be Nekusar because the effect's too good. Once you begin to play, like this deck better be playing above the super casual level. If this deck is playing at the table where Nekusar is just a kill on sight, don't let them do anything commander, I'm gonna fucking get you, Paul. Like, Nekusar cannot exist at those tables in the first place. And so on the presumption that this is a table Nekusar gets to exist in, I think Karazakar is like writing a threat check that our ass cannot cash. Nekusar is like the OG kill on sight. And the thing about that, Seraphina, is because he's an OG kill on sight, he's been power crept out of being kill on sight. He used to be on my list for like, yeah, you don't get to untap with this guy. And now I have to be like, fuck, man, I guess it's fine. I'll give you a turn or two. I got other shit to deal with, man. I gotta worry about I got to worry about the Nico player making 27 copies of Battle Angels of Tyr. I'm cool to draw 1 extra card and take 1 extra damage. Yeah, I got to kill Mirim, dude. I got shit to deal with. So, let's put you... I feel like this is greedy, spiteful. We've definitely done a couple things where we are just like super assuming that we have a wheel in hand, and if we don't have a wheel in hand, we're a little bit shit on. Love the tags, great tag game. I think you need Stormfist Crusader. I would really recommend Valgavoth. I think Valgavoth is like Valgavoth plus your commander equals massive value, and then holy shit, crazy idea, you might have a blocker for all the people that want to murder you. It would give you a huge amount of card draw. It would give you a guy, whereas right now you have a bunch of like coughing Englishmen who are... You have a bunch of fucking Oliver Twist ass creatures trying to defend your honor unsuccessfully. Yeah, we got a 1-3, a 2-4, and a fucking dream. There was one other, like, Phyrexian something, like Scrawler or whatever that I've played, that I have put in a deck and suggested in other decks that's another, like, draw an extra card on your upkeep, take 1 whenever you draw. Scrawling Crawler. Crawling Crawler. Yeah, there we go. This is another good one. Oh, it's in there already. Okay, great. Then yeah, thank you, Paul. Go fuck yourself. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to hit one more manual ad break to get the pre-roll demons away, and then we have Victorious Chuckles deck. And I'm going to eat my last chicken nugget. Melons, what is the rant topic? If it's going to take more than 60 seconds, we're not going to do it today. We have a random smasher pass from Dungeon Masters Consortium. I mean, yeah. It's normal human person. Normal human lady. Also, Saturnina, the one true Dave, and Nickstar243, as well as Sudsy Squirrel. Thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Why is Landfall so bad, and how do I build Landfall in a way that doesn't suck? You literally can't. The thing to understand about Landfall is that they have tried to create an archetype that benefits you for taking a game action you were already going to take anyway. You know what your reward is? You know what the Landfall reward is, or should be? You have a land that you can tap for mana to cast a fucking spell as if you were going to play the card game like you were goddamn supposed to. So when they try to tack extra benefits on to this game action you were already going to take in the first place, they have to balance it very finely. They can't make it a super discrete win condition, or it can become way too good, or just become a like free combo. And some of those already exist. I believe there's like shit you can do with Cultivator Colossus or whatever. But broadly speaking, the reason Landfall is always going to suck is the most they can give you is, well, what if on top of the advantage of having a land, we gave you a little bit of extra advantage? Whether that is a card, if you're in Simic, you get to draw something, or if you're in mono green, you get to put a counter on something, or if you're in red, maybe you get to do a little bit of damage, do a little bit of impulse draw, but it's always just landfall is locked into the corner of we are number go up simulator. And number go up simulator is pretty boring after a while. Some people fall in love with it. Those people play Factorio. It's not me. I don't like it. And so it's really tough to find a way to make it interesting. Zimone All Questioning is more interesting because she cares about numbers actually stopping at certain breakpoints. And even then, what you end up doing is you probably copy Primo and you make a shitload of fractal tokens. But this, at least, is not just like more, versus every other landfall commander in existence. Cats Inquire, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Cooked, you just have to break the legend rule, which is not that hard. Alright, ad break's over. We're doing Victorious Chuckles deck. It's a Jund Aristocrats with the game plan of using sack outlets to throw a few jabs, draw a few cards, to get people into takedown range. Lock them up in a choke, whisper go to sleep, then as we lower them to the ground with Blood Artist and Impact Tremors, we finally kill them off. Occasionally the win con is a knockout with commander damage through Chainsaw and Soul Cleaver. Would generally like to make the deck more spicy or spiky, can't decide which. So we're Junding them out. Callback to when Jund was good over a decade ago. We have Zyra the Golden Sting, the Ovipositor. So with 3/3 with Flying Haste, we can put an egg counter onto something, then when it dies, we get to make a 1/1 insect token and draw a card. Okay, so we are just sacrificing all our guys. Circle the block. So this is all of our recursion. God, Magic the Gathering as a game is just so perfectly summarized by the sentence, hey, here, look at this card. And you show them just the art, and they go, damn, that guy looks hard as fuck. Is he your commander? And they go, no, this guy sucks ass. His only purpose in life is to have an egg put inside him. His only purpose in life is to be impregnated by a giant bee, which, I'm not hating, I'd take that deal, and be brought back again and again and again. So we have Forsaken Miner. So I think the recursion you have is clever because we're getting these 1/1s. I think all of the things you want to recur, you have ways to recur. So I like that. I cannot believe you are ovipositoring the fucking cat, but fine. 7, this is on Xbox. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Personality hires. Oh my god, you've fallen victim to the cis. Fucking cis alert, everybody. Shame. Shame. This is not a personality hire. In fact, this is an anti-personality hire. I refuse to believe you've ever resolved Chatterfang in this fucking deck and heard any response other than stunned silence or a counterspell. Cis alert, yes, Chatterfang inclusion syndrome, the #1 problem. The #1 problem that aristocrats decks fall into. You're getting a fucking slide. There are many such cases of Aristocrats decks suffering from Chatterfang inclusion syndrome, at which point your deck just becomes a Chatterfang deck in a trench coat. You become the Gruul Shaman with a fursona inside of them. Alright, so what's Kolrath Knight? See, this is good. I like this. It synergizes with what your commander is doing. My guy has that shit on. It's going to help you get commander damage through. Great. This is fucking horrible. Did you say the deck was silly? No. I'm gonna make a deal with you, buddy. You cannot keep this shit in silly. Or in spooky. You can keep it if we downgrade you to silly. In spooky, if you want me to believe that you're keeping 5 mana open to put 2 additional +1/+1 counters onto things. Oh, even egg counters, not even -1/-1 counters. If you want to spend 5 mana to get 2 additional egg counters, we gotta have a little talk. It's landfall, get it the fuck out. I'm back in. I've seen what I need to see. I'm back in. I'm with you now. Toasty, not the whole board, notably. Not the whole board. It lets us egg. Oh, it does. I was focused too much on the player part of it, and I was like, oh, we copy it for each player. No, we do egg the board. Oh. Radiant Performer is the true ovipositor. Okay, never mind. I'm back in. Yes, much, much better. Yes. Get this shit out of my face. Dark Privilege, actually playable for how much heat Zyra's going to kit. This is basically the Chimera Antarch from Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, we're out here backpedaling because I do not read, I just hate. Thematic Shivs. That's good. Honestly, 2/2 Death Touch Lifelink, fine. I think it's too expensive. I think this is, again, more of a silly card than a spooky card. But I'll let you rock for now. Okay. Decent amount of card draw. Decent amount of lands. White of the Reliquary is... God, what a fucked up card. No new friends. Okay. Goths under a bridge. I'll tell you this right now. I think the deck's probably pretty good. I can't help but notice we don't have a single fucking piece of interaction because we are incredibly confident that we will draw the Dictate of Erebos. But we are Jund, so who gives a fuck about non-creature spells in the first place, right? Who gives a single fuck about what they're doing? I think we are terminally boring. This deck, this is the deck of a motherfucker who loves Excel sheets. Even our first personality hire, being Chatterfang, told me everything I needed to know about this deck. Putting Chatterfang in Springheart and Tuco, we can save your soul, but we're going to have to work for it. So let's begin putting you on game. My man, what if we made a lot of eggs? What if we made a tremendous number of eggs and reenacted the entirety of Dune 2? I need you to consider that. Also, in this path. Oh, wow, me when I hate redundancy glitching. I forgot, you don't play 99 card singleton, you just get to play whatever fucking card you want every second of the game. We're gonna have multiple copies of this. This one's dog shit. Turning our 1/1s and our commander into other 1/1s is fucking awful. That would be a way to actually capitalize on Chatterfang stuff in a way that matters. I do really like Hellion Infestation and Descent of Dragons for some, like, maybe creature-based inevitability. So we have Pest Infestation. Azuri's Predation would be good. This depends on the type of meta we're playing into, but I think one thing that is both good and bad about this deck is that it looks like it can reliably trigger egging its own things and killing the things that it has egged. It does not look to me like it's particularly good at putting hits on other people's creatures. It looks like we can put eggs on other people's creatures, but after we do, we are just hoping for the best. So we play that. We play that. What do we surveil? That'll stay on. Hey, that'll stay on top for like no reason. So now we have non-token sacrificer. We play Zyra. We swing. I'm going to put it on someone else. We catapult chainsaw. Put it on pawn. What in the fucking MS Paint is this forest? We Dictate of Erebos. We catapult Pawn of Ulamog, allowing us to make an insect. We force everyone else to sacrifice. We hopefully sacrifice the enemy creature that we got the egg counter on. We draw 2, and we get a little fucking 0/1 or whatever. We get the Eldrazi spawn. And now if we wanted to, we can just do like sick, nasty board control. And this has 3 rev counters. Or no, it has however many rev counters as people had creatures to sacrifice. So we can alter. We can swing again. And then we just we use Dictate of Erebos and Phyrexian Altar to make somebody give up whatever we put the egg counter on so we can draw a card. And we end up just controlling the board that way. So we have Agadeem's Awakening for recursion. Okay. That went pretty well. By relatively early on, we were able to create a pretty imposing... Well, not... Sorry. We were not able to create an imposing board state. We were able to shit everyone else's pants. We don't have green. So we can play Chthonian Nightmare. Okay. Okay. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll find it. Turn 7. Got him. Now we have Command Tower. We have Command Tower 3 lands. Probably the best we can hope for. We hit our 4th land drop. We'll play Zulaport. Play this guy. We will forsake a miner. Turn 4, we will play this. I think notably for an aristocrat deck, we are not paying enough attention to the peasantry. And what I mean by that is this feels very like let them eat cakey, in the sense of it's an aristocrats deck. We're not comboing. We're trying to control the board slowly but surely. And we are on turn 4. And if anybody has done anything bad to us, our only response is to go, "Oh dear," and let it happen. So I do think a deck like this, you probably end up having to shave. You probably need to like shave things from the other sections to buff out your ability to remove other people's creatures on demand. When I've played against other Zyra decks, and I've played against Zyra decks that made me very, very sad, and the only way they really got to do their thing is if they had like the fatal pushes of the world to swing with Zyra and then remove one of my things on their own terms. Like this is, I would say this falls into the bucket of like beats a CEDH deck, folds to a precon, except I think it folds to both. I think that if you put this in a room with Pentlaza, the bug is getting eaten instantly. This is the Chimera Ant Hunter Hunter arc, but without a Meruem to hold everything together. And this is just the like shitty queen that wanted to give birth to Meruem but never got the job done. The playtest where you got Dictate to Erebos, that is highly convincing. That is a lot of diarrhea going into the hot tub at Mach 12. But I think you need more things like Eaten Alive. If you want to stay really thematic on I'm going to sacrifice my own stuff, then you want to be on Bone Shards. Yes, Alec, I did see it. Please ping a Toxic Admin or Mauled Bean in the Discord, and they'll set you up with the role. Do more of a bounty counter situation. That's what I would say, because also, little known fact for you, Dictate of Erebos is a MDFC. The flip side of this card is always active and says, please, please beat my ass right now. Dictate of Erebos is one of the best cards you can resolve in the deck and is incredibly threatening. Whereas Zyra is Jund, but it's not the type of Jund that wants to openly say, hey, I'm the problem. Hold on. My villain origin story begins with Splinter Twin. Picture a young, impressionable Magic player who finally got his last copy of Snapcaster Mage for his shiny new deck. As I shuffle up for round 1, the shop owner announces Splinter Twin just got banned. I was forever changed. It was at that moment I decided to never be bannable again. I am a card-carrying member of the modern Jund hive mind, and every new card makes me ask the question, does it Jund? I want to feel the thrill of modern Jund's 48.5% in Commander, and then we have the rest of the primer. That explains a lot about the psychology of this deck, because this is a deck list that is pretending it is the problem when the extent of the problem it's creating is, hey, we have ants. What the fuck? There are other Jund decks that can more openly be the problem. But if you're doing Jund aristocrats, you would really, really benefit from being able to aristocrat their peasantry. Or we need to be able to guarantee that things like Dictate of Erebos are coming down. Attrition, it's repeatable Bone Shards. Yeah, this is the shit you need. This is how we get hateful, okay? You want to be a Division 1 hater? We're in like intramural YMCA hating right now. Attrition is Division 1 hating for this deck. Because we have to be able to stop other people from winning. And this deck right now is, we are letting life pass us by. We are letting the entire Commander game happen around us. And we have a little bit of targeted removal. Pest Infestation is good. Like Kolrath Knight is very clever. Radiant Performer is honestly just straight up good. But things like attrition, things like bone shards, and things like, well, not even eaten alive because we need death. So actually, cut eaten alive. Oh, no. Sacrifice, right. We're not exiling both things. Things like eaten alive give us the agency to decide, hey, do I want to put the egg counter on my own thing, or do I want to put the egg counter on something else? And right now, we're totally focused on our internal game plan, and that is good to a degree. We do not want to have a deck that is entirely dependent on our opponents doing very specific courses of action in order to succeed. However, you can probably rely on the idea that one of your opponents is going to play a shithead creature at some point. Hey, Jomy Bug, that sounds crazy. Immaculate. Coming to my fucking Twitch chat talking about swinging out with saprolings. That's green talk. That's green talk, you motherfucker. When you get to hell, tell them who sent you. Oh, they can't even. Is the Ozolith in here? I think Ozolith. Okay, move. I don't think we have the level. I don't think we have the amount of motion necessary for that. I don't think we're creating enough counters in the first place. Like, I feel like Ozolith is very much, we put that in the deck tagged under Fairy Blowjobs because it is, there is cookery there, but I think Zyra's making enough egg counters in the first place. And really what we want to focus on is we want to be able to act on putting egg counters on other shit. So like Assassin's Trophy, good. We want attrition. We want bone shards. We want, we need ways to stop other people from fucking us up. Would Wolfgar of Icewind Dale be good? Honestly, straight up, not bad. Better than Chatterfang. I think better for what the deck wants to do than Chatterfang. Or, you know, better than Kolrath Knight, I guess. But he has this shit on, and Chatterfang does not. Chatterfang merely owns the clothing. Kolrath Knight is wearing that fucking clothing. But yeah, it's not particularly good. It's not particularly good because it's really just an ability copier, and Roaming Throne does exist. I don't think Plague Rusalka is good enough. We are not short on sacrifice outlets. We have enough sacrifice outlets. We need these sacrifice outlets to punch our opponents in the dick and balls, please and thank you. Fraying Line. We can put a rope counter on a creature. This is an incredibly clever and cute card that unfortunately non-bows with our entire fucking deck because we do need things to die. This exiles everything, which... This is kind of funny. It's a pretty funny tax effect. Oh, wait. Who had the fucking Bellow deck? Because this goes in that Bellow Stacks deck yesterday. But for this deck, non-bowing adds aura. No, it doesn't. We are not seeking to be anime side characters. Non-bowing only adds aura if we can non-bow and continue to play the game anyway. Listen, no matter how much you say non-bowing adds aura, it does not undo the time you tripped in front of your crush and they never talked to you again. Okay? That happened. You have to move on. You can't pretend that you're taking it back by fixing things in a card game when you're a 30-year-old. God. Anyway, back to the card game we play as 30-year-olds. So, don't believe in Springheart Nantuko. Don't believe in... Well, okay. I believe in Chatterfang, but I fucking hate him. I think Viscera Seer is the worst of our existing outlets. I think Dissection Tool could probably get cut. I think we probably keep all these, and we probably get rid of Blight Mound. Like, I think right now we've over-invested a little bit into fodder because we're assuming that we're never going to kill any of our opponent's creatures. And so, for looking for room for the removal, I would, straight up, get rid of Blood Artist. Fuck this bitch. She does have that shit on. Them thangs are thanging. However, this says target player. And in Commander, if your drain effect says target player, it also says this card is bad. Or at least you would prefer to have the each effects versus like Vengeful Blood Witch. Also, go fuck itself. But this one has this shit on. It's only a Crimes Matter deck in the sense of Forsaken Miner. It would be insane. It would be insane if Zyra just committed a crime for free every turn, right? If Blood Artist is bad, actually, then why do people play it? So, worse than Mirkwood Bats, worse than Zulaport Cutthroat, still playable if you need to have 15 versions of this effect. If your only way to close out a game is to ping people to death, a lot of people use Blood Artist because they don't care about target player because they have achieved this infinite times. Blood Artist is one of the most common, one of the like archetypal outlets for aristocrat infinites because they don't give a fuck about how many times they have to target you. This deck very much has limited stock on how many eggs they can chuck at your face. Ayo. And so Blood Artist becomes much worse when we're talking about a very, very tangible, like less than 10 number of triggers. Then target player becomes a lot worse than each player. A lot of Aristocrats decks are just like, I don't know, bro, it's like 200 triggers. You figure out the math. And for them, they just play Blood Artist because Blood Artist is functionally equivalent to Zulaport Cutthroat. So for a lot of decks, the difference is meaningless. For this deck, the difference is not meaningless. There are a couple of infinites in there. Don't tell me that. I still like you right now, Chuckles. Don't tell me about the infinites. I think if there are a couple infinites, I would legitimately recommend you either cut it or you make it a combo deck. Because right now, this deck seems like, from the playtests we have done, this is abysmally fair. And if we have infinites happening in here, you would be better off just making the deck better than you would having the deck be abysmally fair, but sometimes it's Broly. Savra for this deck. Ooh. Ooh. This would be another good Dictate of Erebos effect if we wanted to really hold everybody down. This is another good way to hold the board down. But yeah, a deck where we're like, hey, I'm playing Dissection Tools and also I'm gonna go infinite. Go fuck yourself. That's like 8 different personalities. Like I know variance is the name of the game in Commander. I do not think we want like so much variance as for the 2 play patterns to be totally separated from each other. I don't think we need Achik. I think we can push the game forward pretty well. I think really what I would recommend is just having more agency to deal with other people's problems. Absolutely not. This is not heat here. This is only heat once we're making like 3 to 4 insects a turn, which I don't really believe we're doing. I'm not gonna crack it. It's mana fixed. Okay, we keep that on top. We played this in the right order, so we get Golem. We 3 visits for another land. We have an extra land. Who cares? So we Zyra. We put... See, this is a situation where we're going to get a lot of fodder. We would have put Jadar. Jadar would have been better to put down. We put an egg counter on the 2/2 that we also swung with. So we have this decayed zombie that has been ovipositored. We swing, it dies. Hey, look at that, we draw a card. Hey, look at that, we get a 1/1. Next turn, we bog a bitch. We compy swarm. We have another 2/2 that we're gonna egg. It will die. End step. We'll compy stack. So like here, this is fucked up and good, right? We are going to take over the game very, very quickly with stuff like this. So what I would recommend is in your fodder section, Jadar can be the best one. But you should cut the fodder that is like way behind Jadar. So I think Jadar is fine. I think Compy Swarm is fine. I think the stuff like Blight Mound, Blight Mound is like straight up adorable compared to the heinous acts Jadar is committing. Like Ophiomancer, quite good. I think Blight Mound and Pawn of Ulamog are the weak links in the fodder section. I think they could be cut for interaction. I think Generous Patron's a little cute for what the deck is currently going for. Because the whole reason I'm advocating for all of this, for adding interaction, is it is bad to lock ourselves into one play pattern with a commander that is as flexible as Zyra. We want to allow her to utilize her flexibility rather than forcing us to always do one thing. And Patron just pushes us the other way of forcing us to put stuff onto opponents' things if we really want the cards. And we'd rather just have Fatal Push. Because I like what the deck can do. I think the deck folds to Gishath instantly. Instantly. Like, without hesitation, you see Gishath, you just shit yourself and die. And that's not really a play pattern I like. Yeah, Chuckles, I don't put in Patron. I think you just want, or like Pentlaza, or insert any dinosaur deck. Yeah, Bitter Blossom. I mean, Bitter Blossom, better than Blight Mound, better than Pawn of Ulamog, not better than like Ophiomancer or Jadar. But I think like playable compared to these two. A cool. Absolutely not. You pointed, hey, Shadow Walker, you point the good creature we're gonna cheat out. What? We're gonna get crazy hot tech. I turned 3 1/1s into a twitching doll. Is that my Nen ability? I turned 3 shitty creatures into another shitty creature. Curve's too responsible, frankly. Look at this. This is not the curve that wants to cheat out creatures. Lagomos. I think Lagomos is better fodder. I think if we wanted to trade fodder for fodder, Lagomos is better than Blightmound. I doubt we're probably never getting the tap thing off, but we are getting it. So overall, I'd say this is pretty tuned. I'd say this is pretty tuned, but we are verging on greedy, not with our own cards, but this is deeply irresponsible coming from somebody who played Modern with how fast Modern and all 60 card formats can be. We are really just letting everyone else do whatever the fuck they want for like 6 or 7 turns, unless we get Dictate of Erebos. And so I would fix that. And as soon as you fix that, I think you have a decent game plan to like get card advantage and slowly but surely beat the table to death, which I don't think is too slow, personally. I know that some people do, but I think with the card advantage you have and how good you can be at controlling the board, I think you can stack up commander damage relatively quickly. And then if you want spice, get a shitload of bugs, get Hellion Eruption, or start bringing things like the quote-unquote fair tutors and get your big Voltron pieces like Terry and Soul Cleaver. Repetitive debug. The big updates are that the roasts are going to be moving entirely to Ko-Fi at some point over the next month or two, and the Patreon is no longer going to be involved with the deck roasting because it's just leading to too much dissatisfaction to have the possibility of paying $25 to not get a roast. So we're going to reconfigure what tier or what price all of the patron rewards are at, and then the price on Ko-Fi is going to go up. But it's going to be like either you got a deck roast or you didn't pay me. So yeah, overall the deck kind of strikes me as like this is Gus Fring's chicken shop. This is Los Pollos Hermanos from Breaking Bad, but it doesn't have a meth operation. It's very fair, it's very grindy. You can probably grind out one person, but unless you hit the infinites, it just feels like it's not really doing anything. And so I would give yourself more interaction to have a way to stop other people who are doing crazy shit like playing lands and casting spells. And then I would either get some fair tutors to find your Voltron pieces, or what else could you do? Yeah, it wants to be aggro, control, combo, and aristocrats. You're trying to do like every Jund thing all at once. And I think if you want to go higher power, you just become combo. You just become aristocrat combo. And if you want to be lower power, you can do aggro control. But in aggro control, your bombs are probably Rise of the Dark Realms. Like your bombs are probably taking back the creatures, stealing the creatures you have killed. But you don't have a good combat damage win condition. And like I said, that win condition can come from stealing the things you kill, or it can come from, oh my god, what happened? All of the 1/1s are giant fucking worms. Or you could do it with dragons. Or if you want the deck to be higher power, you just lean totally into combo control. And a lot of these like circle the block things just become tutors. And you just tutor the combo loop and you're just like, what's up, bitch? Bug time. Bzz. But regardless of what you pick, thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed the deck review, my friend. That is going to be it for today's stream. No, Elk, no! We're ending stream! Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Let me shout out 33 Elk. About to raid you back, dipshit. Mr. Master Matter and LT Crunch, as well as Devo Savim and Veins of Gold. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Super Bobby Joe Green, Repetitive Debug. Thank you for the Twitch follows as well. We're going to find someone else to raid. Who are we following who's live right now? Oh, my old friend Alex is live. We have not... I've not been able to hang out with them for a while because I moved away from Seattle, but we'll raid our friend Alex. What should the raid message be? Frosty Mate, Doom Eater, thank you for the Twitch follows, as well as X1372. I am so sorry that Elon Musk is your dad. Yeah, Junned It Out will be the raid message. We're going to raid my friend Alex. I will see you all tomorrow for additional deck roasting. And then probably some World of Warcraft leveling because I have to get a character ready for next Saturday, and I do not have enough time. Bye! Everybody on YouTube, that's going to be it for me. I will see you